this on the playback, you might want to skip ahead, like I always say, because I try to put these on YouTube. Um, Please pile in, because there are some things that need to be explained. But as you're coming in, I would appreciate it greatly if you hit that retweet button so we can get a great number of people in our spaces like we always do. All right. People requesting already off the back. They got things to say. Can't wait to hear it. Can't wait to hear it. Let me let me see. Let me make sure everybody is live real quick. I mean, not everybody's live. Everybody knows. All right, just sent out this text. All right, here we go. Here we go. And as we get started, the more and more we go, the more and more people will pop in. Now, this is a question: is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? The short answer is yes. However, we can't just answer yes. We have to answer. Hold on. Actually, I asked a question. I need to put a question mark there. The answer is yes. Now, if anybody has a disagreement with that, you can feel free to request to speak and disagree. But the answer is yes. Now, the thing is why we have to ask these questions, which is you always why we have to ask these questions, is because we can't just have in our minds this is a yes or no answer question. We have to understand the gravity of this question. We have to understand what do we mean. We can't just be saying yes or no. We can't regurgitate talking points. Okay, this is why we study certain people and we study certain books, not so we can regurgitate talking points, so we can learn exactly. Now, when I say is white supremacy the cause of all black issues, a lot of people would instinctually say yes, because we instinctually know that. But exactly how is white supremacy the cause of all issues? Actually, let me say, let me rechange the title. I'm going to change it one more time. How is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? That's a better title. That's a better title. Now, what inspired this is I was in a room with somebody asking the question. I forgot his name. A Spaz something, and he hosted a space called "Are All Black Issues to Blame on White Supremacy?" Something of the sort. And I was in there, and I explained yes, and then I was explaining my reasoning as to why. After that, I knew I kind of wanted to make another space and explain my side as to why. Then someone else, I'm not going to say this person's name, but someone else who has a different opinion than I do, and who has been publicly voicing his difference of opinion, was in my DMs asking if I wanted to co-host the space with him about this subject. I said no, I don't necessarily. I agreed to it, but then I thought that me hosting my own space would be a better decision, because I'd be able to better understand without any of the sabotaging going on that I'm sure he would be doing. Because after that, I had done some research into him and saw some of his talking points and his views, and decided that I didn't want to be a part of his space. Now, before we go, yeah, I just thought we had a troll in here. His name was King something. Um, but let me get started, and then we'll get to the hands. How is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? We have to know this. We have to understand history. This is why understanding history is so important. We understand history because it gives us an understanding of the issue. And then when we have a deeper, more in-depth understanding of the issue, we can come up with more, we can come up with better solutions. We can come up with more effective solutions. When people talk about quote unquote black on black crime, which is something that does not exist, and I've debunked that over 2 years ago. But when we talk about crime in the community and how we have disproportionate amount of crime and disproportionate amount of bad negative things that happen in our community. When we talk about the wedlock rate, the children being born out of wedlock, or the children being born and raised in houses with single mothers, when we talk about the crime, when we talk about the poor socioeconomic position in the black community, when we talk about the lack of education and or miseducation, when we talk about unfortunately a lot of the PTSD and drug use that goes on in the community, when we talk about the police brutality, when we talk about, I'm just mentioning these things off the top of my head. When we talk about the issues that we have in our healthcare system, these are just things off the top of my head. Every single last thing that I said can be traced back to white supremacy. Every single thing that I said can be traced back to white supremacy. The talking point that people use, uh, well, did white supremacy make somebody kill somebody else? Well, that's dodging accountability. When we blame white supremacy, when we say white supremacy is the cause, that's dodging accountability. Let me tell you, I am a person who fully believes in agency. I fully believe that people have the ability to make their own decisions and their own choices, and that people should be held responsible for their decisions and their own choices. However, when you have knowledge and when you are able to look in depth into a situation, you can understand the setup of a situation that you wouldn't be able to understand before. I'm going to give you an example. If I put two people in a cage, just two random people, never met each other, in a cage, and they're in the cage and they're almost starving. They're almost starving and thirsting. They're about to die. And I only put enough food for one person in that cage. And they fight and one person kills the other person. Did that person make the decision to kill the other person? Yes, that person did. Now you can look at it like, well, no matter what happened, you still decided to kill the other person. Okay. As true as that is, what caused the situation to be to put the temptation or to incentivize the harm in the first place? Why are the people in the cage? See, when we say, what about black on black crime and black people, white supremacy didn't make somebody, a black person shoot up another black person or a black person mug another black person. Directly, no, they didn't. Indirectly, very much so, yes, they did. Okay, because situations, people make decisions based off of the situation that they're in and based off of the environment that they have been in. And those are things that influences situations. A homeless person, I personally, if somebody is homeless, I can't blame you if you see somebody, their car door is unlocked and you reach in and you grab something. I as much so as you made that decision and you had the agency to do that and not to do that, what situation was it to be that made you homeless in the first place? We have to, when we solve these problems, in order to solve these problems, we always have to go to the root of the problem. We always have to go to the root of the problem. When it comes to crime, and I've said this for many years, but when it comes to crime, the biggest factor, the absolute biggest factor of crime is people's socioeconomic positions. That is the absolute biggest factor of crime. And this is not just restricted to the black community. This is not just restricted to America, even. This is across the world. You can see in many different places across the world where people have been impoverished, when people have their resources stripped from them, that creates an element where corruption can thrive. That creates an element where people are at each other's necks. This has happened all throughout the world. This has happened all throughout any different race that you can mention. And this is happening today, not just in Chicago, not just in Baltimore, not just in San Francisco, or you know um, Compton, not just in places where black people are, not just in those places, but this is all across the world. So if it's all across the world, why do we see it primarily in the black community? Well, to answer that question, to be frank, you don't see it primarily in the black community. I've said this multiple times before. A lot of these statistics that we're reading are very slanted against black people. A lot of these statistics that we're reading are very biased against black people and biased on behalf of white people. So every statistic that we read from the FBI or any local police department or anything like that, we have to take it with a grain of salt that it's not 100% accurate. Most of these statistics that we're reading are honestly just arrest statistics, which do not prove guilt or innocence. Then, too, on top of the fact that black people are the number one people across in America to be exonerated for crimes that they have not committed. We're exonerated being mean let go. So all of these statistics, we have to look and we have to take that with a grain of salt. Then when you look up the white statistics for crime as well, you'll see that white people commit more crime in totality than black people do. But that's not the narrative that society tries to push out. They'll say black people are only 13% of the population, but they commit 50% of the crimes. Now, if anybody, I'm not a math whiz, but if you have any understanding of math whatsoever, you would understand that in a country as big as this country, with 13% of the people committing over 50% of the crimes, mathematically makes no sense whatsoever. Even if these people say, if these people say, well, black people commit 30% of black people commit 50% of the crimes at only 13% of the population, if you ask them how does that mathematically make sense, they won't be able to tell you because it literally mathematically does not make any sense. It's almost impossible for that to it is impossible for that to happen, for that to occur, especially considering the fact that black people, due to white supremacy, live around other black people. So that doesn't make any sense. Now, we do see disproportionate crime spikes in the black community. And why do these things happen? These things happen because of conditions that black people are living in because of white supremacy. If you look at the statistics for 2010, there was a huge crime spike. That huge crime spike was a result of a lot of people, especially black people, losing their homes and being impoverished and in debt and bankrupt due to the housing crisis of 2008. If we all remember the housing crisis of 2008, that started a chain reaction where people started losing money, people started getting evicted, people started losing their homes. People started losing their homes. That means people started losing their jobs. People started losing their jobs. They lost money. They were in debt. A lot of people became homeless after that, which increased the crime. And you saw a disproportionate amount of that affect black society because a disproportionate amount of the housing crisis affected black people because we've always been disproportionately affected negatively by anything. They say when white people have a cold, black people have pneumonia. This is why you do see disproportionate, and I'm not going to say 50%, but this is why you do see disproportionate amount of crime that takes place in black society because white society allows this to happen. White society.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Uh,
I'm gonna interrupt
uh,
if you don't
hold on,
mind.
hold on. I'm
A
almost done.
little
I'm
bit,
almost done.
a little
Oh,
bit, a little
oh,
bit, a little bit,
hold on. Yeah,
because
Throw her
ma'am,
out,
ma'am.
what
bro. Throw
you
her
Hold
out.
on, hold on. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Keep your hand up. I'm almost done. I know I've been talking for a little bit. I like to talk and get the. We got a lot of people in there. If everybody could just share the space real quick. If everybody could just share the space real quick. This is why we have that. It is all due to white supremacy. People, and I made a video. If you guys are not subscribed to my YouTube channel, the link is in the bio. I made a video about Chicago. How do you think? Just really, I'm just asking a rhetorical question to everybody in the chat room and everybody who might be listening after the fact. when it comes to guns and black people constantly shooting other black people, and they talk about all this gun violence that happens in the black community and how cheap guns are in the black community, where do you think, let's just be completely realistic, where do you think black people get these guns from? Let's just consider all factors, because I can't name a black gun manufacturer. I know black people don't work in steel mills like that. I know black people aren't out there taking raw metals and building guns and building bullets, but yet you have all of these felons and criminals having guns. Let's try to trace, let's follow the breadcrumbs back and find out where exactly are they getting these guns from. If you guys haven't figured it out, they're getting them from white people. White people are the ones making the guns, and somehow black people are the ones getting the guns. And the cops just have no idea how these black people are getting these guns, despite the fact that all of these guns in this country are made by white people. But you don't see gun manufacturers going to jail. You don't see white people going to jail for guns like that. Not at all. All of these things, the disproportionate crime, all of these, and I can go on and on and on, but I do want to get to the hands. But all of these things um, can be traced back to white supremacy. Every single thing. Because, and this is going to be my last thing before I get to the hands, because it's a domino effect. Okay? When you impoverish people and you make people poor, then you put people in position, and then the people who are put in that position, they're going to steal from other people. If people are going to try to steal from other people and those people barely have anything, those people are going to fight and die for that, which means people are going to fight and die. When people fight and die for things, and you hear one person, okay, well, I don't care that my brother just tried to rob you, you killed him, so now I got to get my I got to up the score on you. So now you're shooting at somebody else. You miss somebody else. It's a chain reaction that initiated from the position that black people have been in and that are kept in because of white supremacy. We always have to go back to the root of the problem. We can't say, well, the 10th domino knocked down the 11th domino, so the 10th domino is the problem. You have to go all the way back to the very first domino. What knocked down the first domino? And what knocked down the first domino is white supremacy. Now, with that being said, let's get to the hands. Miki, you had your hand up first, then JDW, and then Vovo. You can speak. And then we'll go with Terrell and Poochie. Poochies. Yeah.
Hiya.
How you doing?
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I completely agree, and it's just the white supremacy and white people all over the world in general seem to need to keep control over black people or people of color, and
Well,
and they need and they
hold
need
on,
to keep and they
hold on.
need to keep it down.
In this space, we don't use inclusive terms like people of color. We just say black people. But continue. You're making a good point.
Oh
Yeah.
no, but what I meant of people that, so,
Yeah,
yeah,
I know.
okay.
I
So
know. Yeah. Yeah. Continue.
I didn't know if Hispanics or Asians were about in this space. So yeah,
No. Well, this space is for black people, so you don't have to use any other term. We're just referring to black people.
right. So know that white people, that what they've done over the centuries and centuries is keep black people down, and that's happened um, through slavery, and then when slavery ended, they 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 still have the power, and they still try to keep the power, and they still have the power. It's just it makes me sick what white people do to black people still.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It makes
That's
me
all.
sick too because it's just um and too many black people have not understood why, and this is why we have to learn from our master teachers. I'm gonna say from my personal experience, I didn't know why white people hated black people the way they did. I had no idea. I knew they did, I just didn't know why, and nobody I knew why. And then until I discovered Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Once I discovered and started studying Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, she was able to explain white supremacy through an angle that I haven't seen anybody explain prior to her. And then I was
Yeah.
understanding this, it was a genetic fear and an insecurity
Yes.
in
It
them.
literally is. It's literally genetic, almost. I don't know if it's literally
Absolutely. Now
genetic.
we're gonna circle back around, but I want to
Yeah,
get
I'm gonna. Yeah,
some.
I'm gonna mute. But yeah,
Okay. Okay, thank you.
thank
Uh,
you for listening to me.
you're welcome. Thank you, sister. JDW, you can go ahead.
What's going on?
How you doing?
Just chilling, chilling. Salute to the tribe. Salute to the space. Uh, of course, white supremacy is the cause of all black issues. White supremacy creates infighting. Every single known narrative that they have thrown at us is easily debunked. For example, the first time I ever heard that 30% of the population narrative, I was 20 years old. I am 34 years old. How many years is that? That's damn near 15 years. The very fact that they're able to keep that narrative intact, even to this day, only proves to me that a lot of black people is unaware, unfortunately, of what white people consistently does on a regular basis. There are so many terminologies that black media, if you look into the space, in the black media sector, can show you. Why is white people so fixated for the number 13? My second point is this: the the consistency of infighting. I'm gonna give you a prime example, and I'm gonna let you go to the next person, Afro. John Claude Van Damme is an ambassador in the Congo. He is an ambassador. For those of you who don't know who John Claude
But
Van Damme is,
you kind of go in and out. I don't know if you're on the Bluetooth or something, but you kind at least to me, you seem like you
I
go in
think
and
you
out.
got headphones on, JW.
I do have headphones on. You hear me, guys?
Yeah, you gonna have to take them off.
Hold on.
Okay. Do you need a minute? If you need a minute, let me know. Okay, we'll let him land. Vovo, you can go ahead, and then after Vovo, we'll go back to you, JDW, if he's ready.
You guys hear me now?
Oh wait, yeah, he's back.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, so basically, let me finish my point. Now, John Claude Van Damme is an ambassador of the Congo. For those who don't know, John Claude Van Damme is Belgian. Is Belgian. The Belgian government not only took over the Congo and Rwanda, they were also responsible for the indisputable infighting inside both of those countries. Patrice Lumumba being assassinated and the Rwanda genocide being a prime example. Because if you look at the history of Rwanda and how they were able to create that infight between the Hutu and the Tutsi and the Tutwa, that essentially led to that genocide, where one tribe hated another tribe due to Belgium's atrocities done toward them, slavery, rape, and pillaging. Same thing with the Congo. The reason why black people have so much self-hate is because of white supremacy and what white people have done.
Well, I just got kicked out of a group for being white.
Hold on, yeah, and we don't do that here. I invited you here for a reason. We don't do that here. You got kicked out of the group for being white.
Yeah, they were making fun of me, even though I'm not white. I'm
Okay,
Native
okay, you know
American.
what? Okay, and that's yeah, and so am I. So am I. So you know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? Because we know that just you being a white person doesn't mean you're. I mean, that doesn't mean you're a racist, right? That doesn't automatically make you a racist, does it?
No.
Okay, so do you have Cash App?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so to show, and I want you to be an example to show that you being a white person doesn't make you a racist. Because I know you don't think that, right?
No.
Yeah. See, I don't just jump to judgment. So what we're gonna do, I have a few names of people, and you can Cash App those people in anyone, and then you can just send me the receipt of the Cash App, and we can continue on with the conversation. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So you have. Let me see. I wish I could have make a post about this. Are you in your Cash App now?
No.
Okay. Can you get to your Cash App?
Yeah, I'm in my Cash App.
Okay. Thank you. So what we'll do, because you haven't said anything to make me like charge you an egregious. Not that I'm charging. Well, you haven't said anything crazy. So what we'll do is, I have three names. I have three names. Um,
She left.
the black champ. Oh, she left. Oh, oh, she.
Of course she
I
left. Of
almost
course
had
she
her.
left.
I almost had.
Of
Oh
course she
man, that
left.
was close.
Of course she left. See,
But
and
the,
this and
see,
this
this
and
is
this is
this is what we do when they come in. This is what
Because
we
look,
do.
let me tell you, Alfred, they want to play the victim so bad. They want to be the victim so bad.
exactly. Always want to play the victim.
She had
Always hate to be on their
she
faces.
had a nice bum though, didn't she?
Not.
No, it looked like flat mayonnaise.
Nigga, that was a jar of
I
miracle
almost.
whip.
We'll get them next time, y'all. We'll get them next time.
I was looking for some money, man. I'm broke.
We'll get them next time.
Let me get paid.
JDW, she rudely interrupted you. We'll let you land, and we'll go to Vovo, and then we'll continue. If anybody wants to request to speak,
Afro,
you
can
can
I go
feel free
after
to do.
Bobo?
Do you have like a limited time?
Yeah, I'm only gonna be like 45 seconds though.
Okay, all right. Vovo,
He
let's.
was next after
Yeah.
me anyway.
All right. Okay. All right. So JDW.
So yeah, I'm gonna finish up. Like I said before, we have to understand what they're doing. Permanently, they are painting us as black nationalists. I hope you guys are aware of, their spaces talking about FBA being a hate group, which is not surprising to me. The Black Panthers was considered a hate group. Dr. Martin Luther King was called a terrorist. All stems from white supremacy. Even if you were to collaborate with them, they will still find a way to either demonize you or probably take you out. Remember, when Eddie Griffin said it, and he said it so good, black people do not leave this business clean. I'm done talking.
Oh, thank you very much. And if anybody doesn't want to, if anybody doesn't have anything left to say, I'm gonna have to just drop you down real
I'm about
quick.
to say
So
something real quick, Afro.
yeah, since you only got a few seconds, but let's let you go before Vovo.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Vovo,
let
you right
somebody.
after him.
I'm about to let somebody else take my mic after this. So first off, bro, I feel like the biggest L we ever took in the black community, and this shit was strategically planned, was integration. Because what integration did is made black people look at everybody else instead of building our own temple. And a lot of these temples that were established by these other non-black communities, it took years of development. Like the Italians, Irish, they had time to develop. We never had time to develop because the fucking Ku Klux Klan and other groups of white supremacists were always burning down our cities because they always understood that we were capable of greater things than them. So like I hate to put it this, but like if you really look at actual European history, you really dig down. Before the Moors came over there, they was yabba dabba doing this shit on some Flintstone stuff. So we gotta really be realistic because as soon as black people started looking elsewhere, and then they killed our leaders as soon as we got integrated. Martin Luther King died as soon as all those bills were passed because they understood if they don't got any leadership, they can't even build their own kingdom for themselves. Because you got to have a king first, and then you got to, it takes a whole village you know what I'm saying, to start building together. And they never wanted us to start working together. And then you got to understand they started pushing interracial dating and all that. No offense to anybody that's biracial in here, but after the like late '60s into early '70s, and even to this day, they really started pushing interracial dating because of, especially on successful Black people, because all that money is going to eventually go back into the white community as a whole and not into the Black community. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, brother. Vovo, you can go ahead and absolute. First off, and I've been saying this for a while too, to piggyback off of that, because that definitely deserves to be piggybacked off of. Integration was a big mistake. Was a big mistake. And I'm so glad that Black people are currently recognizing how big of a mistake. Because when I was younger, didn't hear a lot of Black people saying that integration was a mistake. I didn't hear that. I heard some of our Black elders say that integration was a good thing, and that it did make progress and make white people hate us less. I heard my elders say that. Now we're so much more awakened than we used to be, or our people used to be. We're saying that integration was a mistake, and if we could go back and do it again, I genuinely believe that if we can go back and do it again, we would not repeat the same mistake. Okay, we are at the point where we realize that we will never be liked, loved, or accepted by those people, and we don't care. All we want to do is we want to live in justice, in a world that is just to us, that has treated us well, and that allows us to have a fair chance so we can live life and build generational wealth for our own people, the way every other race of people are able to do. That's what we want to do. And we weren't able, since we have the mentality right now, we don't see like, okay, well, white people will always have the power, so the solution is to get white people to like us. Now we're on the, you know what, let's just take the power away from them. Let's remove the people from power instead of befriending the people with the power. So definitely thank you very much for that. You can go ahead, Vovo.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to make 3 points. I don't want to make them right now. I'm hoping I can come back up later and make my other points. I want to start right here by saying, uh, I want to address the title of the room. Um, how is white supremacy the cause of all Black issues? Because it's we in the middle of a 500-year sabotage. You know, me personally, I'm a foundational Black American. I'm a native Black American. Everything bad that happened to Black people in this country happened to my family. How can these people not be the cause of our problems if you put me in slavery? That's a sabotage. You stealing my work. You stealing my life's work. How can these people not be the cause of our problems if after slavery you you black code me and you tell me to go over there and you Jim Crow me. You do science experiments on me. That's you sabotaging me. It's a constant sabotage. You burn down my businesses. You trick me. You redline me to the ghetto. That's you sabotaging me. It's a constant sabotage. You mass incarcerate me. That's a sabotage. You taking me away from my family, away from my women, away from my children. You putting me in prison. You are sabotaging me. You like I said, I'm a victim of the crack epidemic. You put drugs in my community. You don't put crack on nobody. You don't put crack on nobody. You don't introduce crack into a situation. You don't introduce crack into a community. I'm a victim of the crack epidemic. I'm a crack baby. My mother smoked crack when she was pregnant with me. Introduced by the United States government. That's a sabotage. I grew up in the ghetto, in the projects, selling crack. We all sold crack. That was like part of what we were supposed to do. That's what we thought. We thought that we weren't allowed to have businesses and be independent and all that. The government did that. They sabotaged us. We in the middle of a sabotage, of a 500-year sabotage. They've been sabotaging us since 1526. There's never been a time in America where white people haven't been sabotaging black people. When Karen walks up to you, sees you in the mall, sees you in a store, and falls down in front of you and says, "Oh, that's the black man did it. That's the black you haven't done. You don't even know this bitch is this." That's a sabotage, and she understands what she's doing. That's why they are the cause of all black issues, because they are in charge of this country. These people can run into the Capitol building. Anybody else would get shot. They can run into the Capitol building, and our politicians, our leaders are running out the back door. Why they run in there and they smearing shit on the wall? They are in charge, and they know that they are in charge, and they have been sabotaging. And I'm gonna leave it there. I hope I can come back up again and make my other 2 points.
Well, thank you very much for that, brother, and definitely, if I see you request again, I'll let you come back up and give you 2 points because I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. With that being said, our co-host Nikki, did you want to say anything before we move on? Okay, well, if
No,
she,
go ahead. Go ahead.
okay,
Sorry.
okay, thank you. Um, let's go to brother Terrell.
Peace and blessings, B1 family.
Be
I
one brother.
Yes, sir. Man, I just pretty much wanna second everything everybody been saying, because pretty much that last brother Vovo, he definitely took the words out of my mouth. We have been sabotaged for a long time, and there's plenty different ways that they sabotage our people, and they this system white supremacists is set up the way that it is because if black folks was able to live freely and take care of our business the way black folks always have, without the sabotage, without the businesses being burned down, without the neighborhoods being flooded with dope, without the mass incarcerations, we would be the dominant society. We have too many intelligent black folks that is that is very creative and that is about empowerment for our people, that's family oriented, and that is focused and know what we supposed to do. So to the how is white supremacy the cause of all black issues, man, it comes down to the sabotage. Once they got us, they've been keeping it going. And when you pay attention to everything that they present to us with a lot of the music, with a lot of the movies, the TV shows, the media, everything that they showing, it has all these mixed messages up in it. And it's a lot of people that's easily being manipulated by this nonsense, and they believe it. But I'm
Hey
it's
Tyrell, can I add on to that after what you done?
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, we a family, bro. And uh, I'm just glad and happy to see that it's so many more black folks that is waking up and uniting and coming together and fighting against the system. When we pushing the way that we pushing right now, and every brother, every sister that is getting on code, and they letting their fellow brothers and sisters know, hey, I'm with you. I got you. We gonna get it. We gonna get it till we can't get it no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just happy and I'm glad to see that our people is waking up and we about this black business 100%. But yeah, it's been a sabotage in the game for a long time, family. And if it wasn't for that, we'd be doing a lot better than what we are now. That's all I wanted to say. Be one, bro.
Okay, be one brother. I will say this one thing as we continue. We have people who would like to come up, and we can only have a limited amount of speakers. So, if
Yeah, I'm
you
about
don't,
to go
ha-
down right now. I was gonna
okay,
add on to Tyrell, then I'm about to leave out. Okay,
all
real
right.
quick. Yeah, but Tyrell, what you said about like us black people, they know we can take over, and that's why they hid our history so much. It was an old saying back in the day: if you want to hide something from a nigga, you better hide it in a book, because a lot of these old books, even just for example with the whole FBA thing, Even the ancient Americas were filled with black people and more melanated carbon beings. This is our planet. And I just want us black people to understand that, you know, because at the end of the day, if you were from this planet, why are you getting hurt by the star? If our star, the sun, why does it hurt you? And I'm just finna let y'all think about that for a second. If you were an earthly being, if you belong to this planet, why is the star affecting you? Why does it irritate your skin? But I'm gonna get up out of here, y'all. Y'all have a blessed night now.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Good point the brother made. Now, let's get to. So we got a bunch of. So we'll go with King James, Robert, and then Soul Snatcher. And I'm gonna introduce the 2 to 3 minute timer too, because we got a lot of hands, and I definitely want to hear everybody's point of view on this subject and be respectful of their time as well. So,
Family, you could put somebody else on my mic.
okay. So I'm gonna drop you down then. Thank you, Terrell Black, for speaking, because definitely what you said was true and powerful. So, but with that being said, King James, you can go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Peace to everybody, Black family. I hope everybody's doing well. The truth about the concept about the white supremacy situation, Afro, is that you got to look at it from a survival point. A lot of times, the way we think about it is that white folks is just practicing, or white supremacists they just practicing uh racism just to practice it. Nah, you got to look at them from their point of view. When Dr. Francis Krauss Wilson said the whole thing has to do with their survival, what they're doing is what they're supposed to be doing. They scared. Truth be told, they're not gonna survive. Like, look at their numbers. They can't reproduce. They can't. They're losing numbers piece by piece. They can't even find out how they're gonna replicate the form. Like when a dude called into Tariq's live stream, what's his name? White boy, Richard Spencer. He said it himself. He said we can't even we can't even fill out the numbers anymore. He said they losing numbers left and right, and he was honest about it. Even in Europe, let me tell you something, Afro. I work at the I'm a communications officer at the United Nations. I've been traveling around the world for years. I can tell you, Afro, they lose the numbers. Like they got programs in Europe where they're paying, they pay them to basically reproduce. Like they're paying white folks to kind of force them to kind of have sex so they can reproduce. They're looking at this situation. They knew from the beginning, like Dr. Frez said, Dr. Francis Grace Wilson said, they knew that they couldn't sustain their numbers. They knew that we were the higher genetic form. They cannot survive without us. That's why Professor Black Truth said they don't really have a plan. They don't have a real plan of action for us. They don't know what they're going to do with us. And we can't stand by to see the situation to be, we just watching them and what are they gonna do? How are we gonna get through? No, 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 no. We gotta get going now. I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna finish this off real quick because I know we got a lot of brothers and sisters in here. I'm gonna play this from all different sides. Sometimes I look at my family, right? My grandfather is he's from Jamaica, and my grandmother's Trinidadian. My real father, he's from Nigeria, but I was born in Ghana. Something very interesting they used to tell me when I was a kid. I was watching a Vlad TV interview, and a Vlad TV interview, if y'all remember, there's multiple Vlad TV interviews where what's his name? You had the brother from Chicago. I forget what the rapper's name is. Something 600 Breezy. Yeah, 600 Breezy. He said when he was growing up, they would just be walking down the street and randomly find guns. Now remember, Afro, in the beginning of this space, she was talking about that. Just walking down the street and finding guns. If y'all remember when we was kids, that was a normal thing. I grew up in Brick City, Newark. You would just find guns in just the most random places. Early in the morning, walking down the street,
Almost
there'd be a
like it
big.
was a video game or
It
something.
was like a video game. It was like Afro. It's like we was playing Grand Theft Auto in real life. Like, why is there a big box of guns just laid up on Martin Luther King Boulevard? Where did these guns come from? Do you understand what I'm saying? But
Are
that's
you
not
talking
that's
about what
not just
happened in Chicago?
no, I'm just randomly talking about like certain things that we've been noticing over the years. And then what's his name? Freeway Ricky Ross said the same thing. What's the other dude name? The rapper Trey D. He said when they was growing up in Cali, they knew exactly where to go to get the guns. Like there was a big train station. My grandfather said the same thing. He said in Jamaica, there was no violence going on back in the day. Now all of a sudden it was just a big box of guns in Kingston. Like you just be walking down the beach and just a crate full of guns was just floating on the sea. Back home in Africa too. My dad told me, he said in Nigeria, they would go do peacekeeping missions in Rwanda. And all of a sudden they would just see a box of guns laid up next to the side of the road. Where did these guns come from? And all of them, the serial number scratched off, and all of them after investigation, investigating, they would find out that these guns came in out of the United States of America. We got to be on our P's and Q's. I don't care if we black from Africa, if we black from the Caribbean, if we black from Chicago. It's all hands on deck at this point because the truth about it is that family, at the end of the day, they know that they're not going to survive. Their genetics say they're not going to survive. The truth is the truth, Afro. They playing defense because they can't survive. You understand what I'm saying? It's we're not throwing no shade. It's just truth. Look at them. Look at their genetics. They can't survive. They be back home with us in Africa and they can't even breathe like they can't even breathe walking down the street. They falling down with the hot sun. But we built differently. So it's time that we start playing. We got to get on our P's and Q's and understand that this thing is real out here. And shout out to
Absolutely.
everybody in the room.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I hate to interrupt, but um we have a volunteer. And when I say volunteer, you guys exactly know what I mean. Um your name is at, I guess, what, at Saturn, at Venus, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How are you?
Good. How about?
Can I ask you a question real quick? I'm okay. I'm great. I'm great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for joining and thank you for participating in this space. What is your ethnic race and nationality?
I mean, I have a very complex family background. I'm Mexican, but my grandma is half mixed, black and half
Okay.
native. And
Okay.
my
Okay.
yeah, and then
I want you to understand that um there is no, that's not a problem. I don't think that necessarily you came in with any harmful intentions, did you? Hopefully you didn't, right?
oh no, absolutely not. I'm very open
Okay.
minded.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate your open-mindedness. I do. Now, we've ran into a lot of trolls, a lot of these non-black trolls, but I don't believe necessarily that you're one of them. I don't, you didn't come here disrespectful. I don't believe that you're one of them. So I will give you a chance to prove to me and all of the dozens and dozens of people in the room that you're not a troll,
Yeah, yeah,
and I
absolutely.
think
Yeah.
that that's fair. So do you have a Cash App?
Um, no, I don't. I have PayPal. I mean, no. Apple Pay.
Apple Pay. Okay. Damn. Apple Pay. You don't, do you have Zelle?
No, I don't use Zelle. What is that?
But you do have PayPal, right?
I do have PayPal, but I don't really use it.
Okay, real quick, everybody, all of the speakers, does anybody have Apple Pay? I would, okay, since nobody's saying anything, I assume you don't have Apple Pay. That's interesting.
No, I have PayPal.
I
Is there
mean,
Well, there
is there a
you go. We got a
particular
match
reason
there.
why do
We
I
got a
have to
match.
use?
because this is to show that you came in with pure intentions and you didn't come in to derail the conversation. You're not a suspected white supremacist,
I
because
don't.
I believe in giving people a chance to prove their
Mhm.
intentions. And
Yeah,
this is
I
to
don't.
prove that you are not a suspected white supremacist. I'm not, this isn't going to be a $2,000-3,000 fine or anything outrageous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Th-
but the thing is, I'm not white.
That doesn't matter though.
So do I have to be black to be in this group? Sounds a little bit discriminatory.
This is not a group. We're
Or
not
the
a
space.
group. You just have to be trustworthy. Nobody said anything about black. Oh, you just have to be trustworthy, and you're a new face around here, so we just want to prove your intentions are pure.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay. No, um, I mean, I just joined the space because because I like to learn about different topics and
I mean,
um,
learning, but you requested to speak, so
yeah.
there's
I mean, I
something
was
that you wanted
requesting
to
to speak
say. So
because there was I guess like misinformation about why certain people burn in the sun and some others don't.
And,
And
and,
why?
and before and I would like for you to give your point of view, but before you do that, we can't skip past this step. So you said you have Apple Pay, you have damn, I wish I had Apple Pay. That is just really
No, it's
just,
fine. I'm
you know
sorry
what?
if I
Okay,
if I
you know
cause
what?
any trouble. I'll
No,
just
no, no, no,
I'll
no.
just
Don't
listen.
leave. Don't leave. We'll find a way. We'll definitely find a way. We'll find a way.
Please
You
don't
do
leave.
have
Please
a,
don't
a
leave.
debit card or a credit card, don't you?
Yeah, I do, but I mean,
No,
what's
this shouldn't be a problem. You didn't come in to troll. You came in to educate, and we just want to see if you're a pure person. I wouldn't mind, showing my intention.
what's a troll? That's what I mean. I know a troll is someone who makes fun of other people or because like
No, I
malicious
mean,
intent. But I'm not the type of person. I'm just
and I believe you, and that's why I'm trying to give you the chance to prove that.
like, do you want me to pay you?
Not me. No,
Who do you want me to pay?
I,
Seems
I
a
have
little.
three. I have three names here
No, but
that
like, what's why do you want me to pay?
I want you
Seems
to
like
do that
seems
because
like a
this
scam.
a scam.
No,
You
no,
you
it's not a
requested to
scam.
speak.
It's not you paying anyone. It's like a deposit, a contribution to show your loyalty. It's not that nobody's asking you to pay them. We don't scam over here, okay?
You're
Oh, it's
not
just a
paying me.
contribution to like
A
a foundation.
contribution to black society. You can say it like that, and then that goes on your good deeds, so you can go to heaven. So
I mean,
uh,
the heaven part is one thing, but yeah, if that's the case, I'll do it with good intention.
okay, all right. And you said you don't have a Cash App.
I
Damn,
don't
how?
have Cash App. I only have Apple Pay. I mean, I barely use any of those other um, what do you call them? Electronic ways to to pay. I don't use any of that.
Okay, all right. I guess. Um, so my connection. I just want you to know, since you don't have Apple Pay, you don't have those things. I guess I'll let you go ahead and speak for free. But before you know that, my phone does have a bad glitching thing where it kind of just randomly just starts glitching and drop people. So, but go ahead. Go ahead and speak.
Um, yeah, no. So someone, I forgot who it was, but they were talking about how certain people burn and some other people, and others
Hmm.
don't. And I'm actually, I don't want to. I'm actually a student at the University of Minnesota,
Oh
Rochester.
wait, hold,
And
my phone is my phone is glitching. Oh, hold on. Let me refresh the page. Refresh the page. It kicked him out. What? Damn. Oh, it kicked him out. Oh, that was not me. That was my phone that was glitching. Um,
Yeah, mine does that
That's
yeah,
sometimes
that's
too.
unfortunate.
It's
That's
like,
okay.
come on,
unfortunate.
y'all know
That's
that
definitely
happens, right?
unfortunate.
Yeah, your
That was
phone's
not a
glitch. His phone is
my
glitching, isn't it?
yeah
Yeah, it's glitching.
Yeah, you told
yeah
me about that problem you was having. That's unfortunate.
yeah. Wow,
Thank
that's
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
damn.
Bobo.
My
Yeah,
Okay,
we
it's an
maybe
just wanted
next
to
Afro,
patch
man.
time.
that up.
Afro, I told you, you got to get rid of that iPhone 1 that you got, bro. It's
I
that's
I
man.
do that, and that's
You
why
got
I
to get
mean,
rid of that, man.
You
I'm
yeah,
gonna
might be on
report.
because
that
I'm gonna report
Nextel.
Tariq.
You
I'm gonna
on that
tell Tariq you
Nextel?
got that
You still
iPhone
got
1 going on.
Nextel? He on the Nextel still. You on the church Nextel? You on a flip phone? I told you, boy. You
I'm
need to take
telling
him
you,
up on
man.
that
He
shit.
got that Boost Mobile account. That's not working.
Tell me your cash app. We gotta do a fundraiser, huh?
yeah, we'll do something so my phone won't glitch. That's just unfortunate. I hope he doesn't think because he didn't pay the fee he got kicked out because that's of course not the reason.
Oh
But let's
no, we
continue
don't
with
do
the
that
hand.
here.
Yeah, that's not what we do. But continuing with the hands, who was going? Was it Robert next, right?
No, I think I was next.
Who? Soul Snatcher.
Yeah, can you do? Yeah.
You was okay. Yeah, go ahead if you were next.
Okay, so where do I start? Okay, so before I answer the question, I actually had a comment about the integration piece. Um, talking about ancestors and things like that, why now we think it's a bad idea, I'm trying to take into consideration at that time where Black people had limited spaces, limited resources, and just kind of like didn't have access to things that we do now. So I feel like this is why it's kind of like easier to kind of move around and do our own thing. And, whereas at that time it wasn't as easy. So I'm just trying to think for at the time why it made sense, and now why we can move around more comfortably and not have to be in white spaces, and that we don't want to be in white spaces and create our own spaces. So that was kind of that comment. And to answer the question, yes, I feel like heavily they are the root of all issues in the Black community. Like, you can literally pinpoint everything to Black supremacy. Oh
You
Jesus,
should.
white supremacy.
Oh, I was about to say.
No, I'm just like, my bad. But so I feel like one of the big issue, obviously poverty. When you're talking about poverty, it can impact us in so many ways, and that goes into um just finance literacy is one. You can talk about housing, redlining, gentrification, and just kind of a whole list of things of how poverty and things like that impact us. One of the things I noticed, historically medical, they use Black bodies to experiment, and I feel like that create a lot of things of why Black people have certain feelings about medical care in general. And I'm not condoning that's the reason we shouldn't get checked. I'm just saying that's the reason I feel like um that's rooted in that. You can go back to, I mean, kind of like when they removed us. I know a lot of people don't believe, Africa, whatever, but I'm saying if you go back to that, removing people from their homes, destabilize their homes. And over here now we have all these different cultures, all these different identities, all these different things, and trying to, even us trying to integrate among us is an issue. So I feel like they play a big role in that as well. I feel like another issue, just even in like our communities, like just the difference in our communities in general. Liquor store in every, now it's not crack, right? They're the ones struggling with like crack, and all these other drugs. But we have liquor store every fucking, sorry, not cussing, every corner in our neighborhoods, and I feel like that plays a huge part. Let me see. School to prison pipeline, that's another thing. Mass incarceration, that breaks the family. Private prison, Jesus. So to answer the question, so everything I stated, that's systemic racism. So you can pinpoint in every system, right? Medical, school, education, everywhere you can pinpoint white supremacists has um it impact us. So yeah, so I feel like, yeah, they are the root of all issues in our community. Not to say that at this point, so I always like to make a point, and I know that's not the question of the room. I feel like at this point we can recognize that they are the root of the issue, but now we have to take some kind of, not accountability per se, because the systems are still in place, but more so, what can we do? What can we do about it? So acknowledge it, and then now how do we freaking dismantle the system and go about it? I'm done.
Okay, and thank you for that. But in everything you said, I fully agree with. There was one thing that I wanted to make a comment on. When you said, I believe you said something like, "We don't believe in Africa," or "We're not with Africa," or something of the sort like
No,
that.
I said some people because I feel like different groups don't believe that they originated from Africa, or they were here before. So to me, I didn't even want to go deep into that about people's personal beliefs. I'm just saying for the people that came from, ancestors that came from Africa, I'm saying that's where it kind of started, just removing people from their homes and creating that division and culture and things like that, like coming to a whole new environment. And oh wait, I'm sorry. One last thing. I don't think we were ever meant to integrate and be around these people in general. I feel like that just was never supposed to happen. So I feel like that's the biggest issue right there.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let's get to. I just wanted to get clarification on what you meant with that comment, and you gave it to me. So thank you for that and everything you said from the medical racism that we deal with in the education and everything, everything. Very wonderful. Uh, Continuing with the hands, let's get to our brother Robert, and then we'll go Brian and Rich, so we can get all of the new people. So everybody will have. Well, we got some more new people, but those people. Robert, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Shalom to everybody.
Wait,
Um,
before you go, Robert, um, we have a new person in here. Um, what's Sinceris? How do you pronounce your name, sir? Sinceris?
Is it scenarios? Is your name
Scenario.
pronounced scenarios? Scenarios, take come off your mic or you'll be asked to leave.
Ah, damn. How are we gonna get this money? Robert, you can go ahead.
all right. I'm gonna make it short. I'm gonna make it quick. But yeah. But this is why it's so important for us to stay on code because these people literally goes out of their way. They go out of their way to make sure we keep these issues going on. It was something that I was reading and I wrote it down in my notes because these people actually went out of their way to make laws for us. And I'm gonna just read one which says blacks blacks was forbidden for even meeting and having a sense of community. That right there alone is strong. And the reason why B1 have to be so strong, because these people were going out of their way to make laws to keep us in shambles. These people are the authors of confusion. These people are the authors of keeping us confused. These people are the authors of divide and conquer. And one last thing, I want all of us in here to go and watch this video. It's called We Are Different by Dr. Layla Africa, the great Dr. Layla Africa. It's a video called We Are Different. It's about an hour long. And I promise you, it's going to tell you why we are always going to be different from them. We're always going to be different. But you have to watch that video to understand what I'm saying. I'm going to pass the mic.
Thank you. I'll be checking that video out. Let's get to Brian, and then we'll go Rich.
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Good, brother. How you doing?
Good. I'll make it quick so Brother Rich can step forward. I just want to say real quick. First of all, what we have to understand is this: we were never really meant to, especially specifically speaking about FBA black folks. We were never actually meant to get off the plantation in the first place. What I mean by that, there was no contingency plan after slavery for us to get off the planet. That's the reason why they still have a problem with this because there was no plan. Once they were done with us as a labor force, we were really meant to be exterminated. So they had continued. They've been continuing to try to do that since 1865. If you look at Reconstruction period, they had the Klan and all these terrorist, white supremacist terrorist groups that were trying to kill us off. If you go back fast forward to the 1920s when Margaret Sanger came in with the abortion and they're trying to exterminate black children. And then anytime we try to build up our communities and have leaders to, help build us out of situations like, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or Fred Hampton or any of those leaders, they either killed them off or they put them in jail, such as Huey Newton or people like Geronimo Pratt. They are anytime we ever get any kind of leadership to help deliver us out of our situation, they always do something to make sure we never really get any kind of strength or leadership so we can build ourselves up. So to land real quick, so Brother Rich can come in. I just want to say that we're just going to have to understand. We're really going to just have to depend on ourselves. Standing on our own, it's not going to be easy. If you're looking for a hug or if you're looking for acceptance from the dominant society, it's not going to happen. We're just going to have to understand this country was never meant for us. this country. We were never really meant to be here in the first place. That's really the whole crux of the situation anyway. That's the reason why we having a problem with um, you talk about being integrated in society. We were never really meant to be here in the first place. So I'll just want to say that we're just going to have to depend on each other. Understand that this country was never meant to be here for us in the first place, and we just have to depend on each other. And I'm gonna land my plane there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We black people, black first people, we're all we get, but we're all we need. And with that being said, let's let our brother Rich go.
Shout out to the host and the co-host. First, I want to say I think this is an excellent question because when black people start asking questions, the second step is okay, what do we do about the answers that we get? Because right now there's 78 people in here, and let's say that 70 out of 78 people say that yes, white supremacy is the cause of all of black people issues. Let's say just 70 people say it. Now you have 70 people who agree, 70 black people who agree on the same thing, right? And then when you have 70 people who agree on this, now it's like, okay, so we have an answer. We all agree on this and we're all going to move forward with this answer. Now it's the next step. What do we do about it? And this is why Neely Fuller says to ask questions. And this is why that those silly motherfuckers who came in our space a few Twitter spaces ago told us to he had a problem with the questions that we were asking. That's very silly of him for him to say not to ask questions. Questions is how you get answers. So when you ask questions like this and you got black people asking these questions, now that's when you start planning things like, okay, so white supremacy is the root of all black people problems. Think about it. If we took this question and went to the worst hoods, the worst black neighborhoods in America, and we asked these questions to the I'm talking about if you in New York, I'm talking about Brownsville. If you in Georgia, I'm talking about the Bluff. If you in New Jersey, I'm talking about Newark. I'm talking about if you go to the worst hoods in America and go ask black people this question right here. Think about what that would do. How would that would change that will have it will be a big shift in their mind because now when you agree that we're not each other's problem, white supremacy is the problem, now we start looking at each other different. Because even with me, like ever since I read Neely Fuller's book, I don't look at black people the same. And Neely Fuller even mentioned that in his book. He said, don't blame black people for anything. Everything that black people do is a response to white supremacy. You going to sleep at 9 o'clock is a response to white supremacy. You being in this Twitter space right now is a response to white supremacy. Everything you do is a response to white supremacy because you're in a system. You don't control the system. They control the system. And if we're talking about being in a system can be rigged. A system can be changed. There's CEOs in the system. There's CFOs. There's people that make decisions. So if we're in a system and we don't control it, then everything we do is a response to it. This is why we have hip hop. Hip hop came from black people talking about our struggles. So everything we do in the system of white supremacy is a response to it. And this is why questions like this is very important. Because when you ask these questions, now we shift the focus. Instead of black people going back and forth with each other, now we look at white people like, wait, hold up. Maybe you are the source of all our problems. And then we start agreeing, like, okay, yeah, this motherfucker right here is the source of all our problems. And then that's when you start coming up with action plans. What do we do about it? So I just want to tip my hat off to the co-host and the host that this is a very excellent question, and we should continue asking questions. And we're not gonna sit here and act like we're the smartest in the room. When you ask questions, you're not it's a beautiful thing because you're not making assumptions. You're not making assumptions, and people can't hold you to these questions because it's just a question. I didn't say anything. I didn't say white people were the cause of all. This is why you have white people coming in here listening and want requesting to speak because they're scared like, oh, black people asking these type of questions. Because when you ask these type of questions, results come. Planning, we start to get to planning. So shout out to the co-host and shout out to the host. I'll end there.
And shout out to you, brother Rich. And I hope you stay. If you're available, you stay a little bit longer. I would like to point everybody's attention up to the jumbotron when I made the space earlier today. Um, this person, Immortal Melanin, goes again saying, understand, because the title of the space originally was, Is White Supremacy the Cause of All Black Issues? Now, he says, and he quote tweets MySpace and says, understand that the answer is yes. Move forward to the next question. Neely Fuller Jr. answered this over 30 years ago. Listening to people who believe otherwise will only make you dumb. Okay. And I wanted to, the reason why I changed it to how is white supremacy the cause of all black issues, because this isn't going to be a is it the cause or is it not the cause. I figured most of the people who are coming here is going to believe that it is the cause, but I wanted to have a conversation and a dialogue about exactly how deep the roots are. Exactly where does it go? How far does it go? But you see, idiots like Immortal Melanin have a problem when you ask questions at all in general. Any question that is asked, he has an issue with. This dude has been hating on all of the questions. Now we're in here giving information, having a dialogue, spreading knowledge and information. And this dude is sitting up here saying that we should just answer yes and move on. But the thing is, if we answered yes and move on, we wouldn't have an understanding of the situation, which is why certain questions need more than just a yes or no answer. Certain questions need to be answered in depth, and certain questions need to be answered with different points of view through different angles. This is why certain spaces you learn things from, and certain spaces you learn absolutely nothing from. Okay, and I just wanted to say that real quick, and we'll continue with the
And, and,
hand.
and by the way, that was the silly Negro that had a problem with us asking that. I was referring to him. He's the Negro that had a problem with us asking questions a few Twitter spaces ago. He's an old ass nigga who just he's miserable. His life has failed, and he's seeing these young brothers and sisters carrying the torch of dismantling white supremacy. He has a problem with that because his whole life he didn't do shit. Now he's seeing dudes half his age just conquering things, just doing what they need to do. So he's just one of those silly Negroes that just mad at life, and it's all good. I understand, one day I'll be that age. I won't be hit, my life won't be like his, but I'll be that age one day, but I won't be bitter. So shout out to that brother. He's going through it, and I understand.
Yeah, he will. That's why our brother Jason Black, the Black Authority, always says you gotta watch out for these old niggas. These old niggas, man. But let's continue. Keith, you can go ahead. And now I think that'll be all the new speakers, and we can go back around.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Rich is right though. Nelly Fuller had the point, and to understand why I go by a code that what is rooted from evil will always be evil. They came here with evil intentions. They never left no evil intentions. Everything we see, everything they put out, that's why I never watch TV because I understand. Once you turn on the TV, you can see it, but it's manipulated and marketed in a way where it make you comfortable with it. And that's how it become our problem because it's subject to us to project it in our actual lives. You get these women, you get these men, they disrespect each other because that's what they hear 24 hours a day, every day, from birth to death. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why we get these talking points, and we bite into these baits, they debates that doesn't really concern us or damage us as a whole group. And that's all I wanted to say because Nelly Fuller is right. You ask these questions, you get to see who they are in general, and you got to take heed to it, and understand how to counter act against it. Can I add on to that? Nope.
Who said that?
Oh, my twin.
Your twin.
Yeah.
Your twin is with you right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought there was another speaker. I
Nah.
guess I'll let your twin land.
All right. Yeah, like on top of that, it's like I always tell people on top of that, it's like what he said with that. It's like these talking points. Like for instance, I've been like I watch a lot of YouTube and stuff, and I see a lot of talking points on black relationships and stuff like that. You feel? And I'm like, why is they promoting all of this when the facts is you feel? You ever look at the facts of black relationships? 87% of black men marry black women. You feel? That's a fact. You feel? Like like when they talk about the black man is not in that household, but a scientific fact, a study had came out saying that black people was in the household with their kids more than they counterpart part the white people. You feel? Hello?
Yeah,
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 it
I'm here.
says
I'm listening.
black fathers are more active in the home in comparison to other cultures or whatever races. That's a fact.
That's
That's
true.
a fact.
That's facts.
The only race that we are not more active in our child life is Asian race.
Yeah, I would
So
disagree
they
with
don't
that.
really count as a real. Nah, it was a study on there. It was a study. Asians are a lot.
A study
Asians
by
are.
who? Where you? Hold on, because I want to read
Because
this
the
study.
studies I looked up said a different thing.
No, a study. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A study by who?
Um, it was some type of college institute. I can't remember. I read it when I was in California. I read it in newspapers.
Don't
Yeah, it
believe
may
it.
not be up to date though.
Yeah, it may
This
not
was
be up to
20.
date. It was a
And
while
Yeah.
ago. It was like
when
2000.
when you come in here, you gotta have receipts.
But what I'm saying though is that the receipts is that like like the study about black men marrying black women, 87%. That was a recent study. You feel?
Yes, it
And I
was.
because
Yes, it
I
was.
heard that on TD Hip Hop. So that was a recent study it was talking about. You feel? But it caught my mind that it's a lot of talking points about black men and this, black woman this, or why black men need to be doing this, or black men. But I'm like, but the reality of the fact is that majority of black men marry black women, but nobody talking about that.
Absolutely. And that was a great way to land. And thank you for that, brother. Let's go back to Volvo. You can go ahead. We'll do Volvo, Cadillac, RJW, and King James.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on my second point I was trying to make. I touched on the fact that they are the cause of black issues because I'm a black American. But I also wanted to touch on the mindset. Why? Why? You got to look at the mindset of these people. Like everybody can see the mindset of these people. Everywhere they go on this planet, on planet Earth, they shake a hand and then they stab a back. They'll shake your hand and then stab you in the back. Everybody really hates to see these people coming. Everybody hates to see these people coming because they know anywhere they land on this planet, the people take a L. Can you please mute your mic, bro? It's disrespectful. Anywhere they
Yeah,
That was
LDW,
JDW unmuted.
yeah, J,
anywhere these people
yeah.
go on the planet, it doesn't matter who they interact with. They rape, they rob, they steal from the people. These people go all over the world stealing everybody's shit. They go all over the world oppressing everybody. We are under a white supremacist system globally. Globally. We have to use their money to buy and sell. This is their money that we're using to buy and sell. It's people right now in this world willing to fight World War III, blow the planet up to get away from these people, because they understand that these people are no good for nobody. They have never been any good for anybody. Anybody they come in contact with, anybody on this planet they come in contact with, they steal from, they rape, they rob, they destroy, they kill. Black people, Asians, other white people, the Arabs, the Latinos, anybody they come in contact with, they steal. That is their mindset. That is their manner. They are here to destroy, and we have to accept that. We have to know that there is no trust in these people. There is no trying to work with these people. Like we said earlier, integration was the worst thing that ever happened to black people. That was the worst thing that ever happened to anybody on this planet. Not just us. Anybody they come in contact with, they steal from them. Even the animals. You gotta look at these people's mindset. I'm gonna land right here. Look at these people's mindset. These people will grab a whale out the ocean and put it in a swimming pool. Who thinking of shit like that? A whale hate to see them coming. These people will grab a lion out the jungle and then put it in the zoo so we can stare at it. A lion supposed to be in the jungle
Facts.
doing big lion shit, lion eating gazelles and shit. Lion ain't supposed to be in no zoo. A whale ain't supposed to be in no swimming pool. A whale supposed to be in the ocean. Everybody these people come in contact with, they rape, they rob, they destroy, they steal, they oppress. They are parasitic. That's what we got to understand. These people are parasitic. They need a host, unless theirs don't work. And I'm going to land right there. I got a third point I want to make. Let me say this
Unmute. I
real
was trying to
fast, real
clap and
fast,
I was hitting stuff. I'm sorry, Vovo. I did that. Go ahead.
real fast. I got a third point I want to make. I hope I can come back up. I know Robert going to like my third point, and I'm going to land there.
Okay, thank you. Did you mean Rich? Because you said Robert.
No. I meant Robert. Robert. What's it? Hold on. Let me click on his profile. Robert Woods. I know he
Okay.
gonna like my third. Everybody gonna like my third point, but I hope I get an opportunity to come back up, and then I'm gonna drop down.
Well, your second point was fantastic,
Yeah.
and I just want to build off of that. They are like parasites, and I've seen them. I've seen photos of where they've put in African children in zoos to look at them. The people on, what is that, North Sentinel Island or Sentinel Island? They don't even fuck with them.
Sarah Bartman.
I mean, they are a sick group of people, and we have given them chance after chance after chance, and all they have done is sabotage us, just like you said. So,
Very
Robert, go
true.
ahead and come off your mic, please.
Nikki, can I make a quick comment on that? I'm not gonna be
Sure, go
long.
ahead.
So I just wanted to say what Vovo was saying. In addition to that, is we know they do all of that, going everywhere and doing all of that, but they try to paint black people as the issue, like we're the aggressors, we're the one that's kind of effing up everything. So to me, it's just kind of like funny that these people act like they're afraid of us and doing all of this, knowing they're the one going around killing, raping, murdering, and just doing all of this nasty shit to everyone. So I just always thought it was funny that, obviously not really funny, but like going around doing all of that while making black people to be the bad guy. So
Let me say this real fast, 30 seconds. They can get away with that because they are the winners. They are the winners. People are got a cowardly nature, and they're gonna always follow the winner, even if the winner won unjustly, or what I want to say, unhonorable, with non honorable, with non honorable. They will follow the winner. That's why they can get that off, and that's why they can turn the other races against us, because they are the winner.
Rich, can I add on to that? What was said?
Before we go, and I do want to get to, because there are some new speakers. Once I want to get that. Nikki, I'm having an issue accepting people's requests. If you can accept some of our new speakers' requests, or maybe Maybe we're too full right now.
I think we're too full.
I'll
Yeah,
drop
I think we're
down.
too
I'll
full.
drop down
Okay,
for
thank
now.
you. And then
Thank
I
you.
need one more person to drop down. I need actually two more people to
I
drop
got you. I
down.
dropped down. I dropped down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's get to our brother Cadillac.
Hey, I just wanted to say, y'all can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, peace and love to everybody in the room, man, especially to the moderators. Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, to answer the question, yes. But a lot of guys and broke it down. I just want to give y'all an aspect that the brother touched on earlier when he was talking about the part about the racism and the race, right? And what I want to say is this, right? They're in a literal race for their survival. That's the root word of racism, which is race. They dying off. They birth numbers is lower than their death numbers, meaning that they not reproducing fast enough. Like he said, the sun is taking them out. And for anybody who don't believe this, you could just go and look up any European country, go to the encyclopedia or whatever. Well, not even encyclopedia, Google. The death rates and the birth rates, and it'll show you in every European country, even in America, but they're gonna throw everybody else in America. But for sure, Russia, Germany, Spain, all of the white countries, they death rate is higher than their birth rate. So they're literal in a race for their survival. And that's where the whole thing comes from. But it's masked behind all the other stuff that we going through, and that's why they doing it. Because the longer they keep us oppressed, the longer they stay in power. And they can do all these tricks to keep their numbers up or to play all these games to make it look like, whatever they're trying to make it look like. But that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? They're in a literal race for their survival. I land my plan. Thank y'all for letting me speak, bro.
Thank you very much. I want to hear with. Let me see who had their hand up. Brother King James, and then we'll get you pro. I think promote black. Yes, promote black. That's cool. What? Yeah. So King James, you can go ahead. And then we'll go to Rich and our brother Torian. And then after that, I want to switch gears a little bit temporarily because there's something else that I wanted to mention that I feel is very important. King
Um,
James, are you there?
can I throw in something real quick? If you have spoken already and you're done, can you please just step down so
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can
Yeah,
free up?
drop me.
Okay,
You could
thank
drop
you.
me.
Okay. Hey, Charlie, you're gonna have to mute yourself. If you have something to say, you gotta raise your hand.
I really don't know how to do
Uh,
it.
okay. There's at the bottom of your screen. At the bottom of your screen, there's a heart emoji with a small little plus.
Oh,
You click that, and then you see a bunch of little emojis. A list of them pop up,
yeah.
and then there's a hand emoji.
Okay, I see it
You
now.
can press and hold that. You can press and hold that to change the colors, and see. Yeah, you got your hand raised now.
Oh,
Now, if you can just mute your mic until it's your turn.
yes, sir.
Uh,
Okay, raise
who
your
was
hand
going?
again, Charlie, because when you are unmuted, it that your hand goes down. Okay, just raise your hand again, Charlie, please.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, keep it up. Thank
Um,
you.
King James, you could go ahead.
Yeah, Afro. Can you come back to me?
Okay. Promote black. You can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let me first say shout out to the family, man. It's so refreshing to be in a room with everybody on code, man. With everyone doing these spaces, or a lot of people doing these spaces. Sometimes we get people spies who want to run us in circles. So it's just refreshing to be in a room with people on code. With that being said, I agree. We've been sabotaged by these vandals and barbarians for a long time, and it's time that we kind of speed up what we all have acknowledged is gonna happen. So as far as solutions go, I think it's really time for us to only buy black owned, only watch black media. Um, if you have the means, buying land truly. We have. I always make this joke. We have the technology. We've heard that said in those '80s movies, RoboCop, things like that. But truly, we have the solar power. You have water. You have wind. We have brothers who still know how to build houses out here. It's just time that we only spend amongst ourselves. And even if you, and I even make this joke, even if you have to use the white man's money, because I know we still have jobs and things of that nature. But it, like Powernomics said, nearly foot. Well, for sure, Powernomics has touched me, so I know I can speak on that because I read that fully. we have to own our own stuff, and this is we have to rectify the integration mistake. And I'll land my plane there. Shout out once again to the B1 family. Thank you.
Shout out
Uh,
to you, brother B1, and
we have
definitely
a
promote black.
we have a little something going on right now, Afro.
We do. Okay. Can you like DM me? I don't. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to.
Um, I'm just gonna invite the person up that requested.
I don't even see a request, and that happens all the time in my spaces. I literally don't see a request, but the co-host do. Okay. Wow, I did not see that request. That is crazy. Brian, how you doing? Okay. 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 You see, the trolling shows that we're doing something effective. The trolling shows that we're doing something effective, family. I cannot believe I didn't see that though. I didn't see that space. I mean that person request at all. But let's go. Let's continue. We're not gonna let them slip us up. Let's continue, and we're gonna go with who has their hand up next? Now, brother Brian and Drew, do you guys know how to raise your hand? Brother Brian, do you know how to raise your hand? Because if not, then I'm just gonna drop you off. Okay, all right. Everybody, if you don't know how to raise your hand, to do that, there's a small little heart emoji at the bottom when you're a speaker. You press and hold that, and then hands pop up. You can press and hold that to change the color of the hand, but you press the hand to raise your hand. But with that being said, we're gonna go to our brother Rich.
I just wanted to say, if you don't have Neely Fuller's book, A Compensatory Counter Racist Code, you got to go get that. That's very important. You got to have that book. It's just, if we were in high school right now and you don't have that book, your teacher will give you a problem. You got to have that book. Neely Fuller Jr., A Compensatory Counter Racist Code. You got to have that book. Every single person in here, go on Amazon.com or go on or his website and go get that book. If you don't have that book, we're gonna be saying things that you're not really gonna fully understand. And with Neely Fuller Jr., he has two books actually. He has that book and he has books that just have definitions in it, words and definitions where you can use them in real life. I also wanted to mention two things. When you're dealing with the outside world, the dominant society, you always want to do two things. Number one, always ask questions at all times because when you ask questions, you get answers. And number two, just like Neely Fuller told us, suspect all white people of being white supremacists. Don't label them as a white supremacist, but suspect every last one of them of being a white supremacist. Because he said it's very hard to determine if someone is a white supremacist. But when you suspect them of being a white supremacist, whether they do something to you or not, you don't get caught off guard. And this is why you have older black folks who get on TV and say, "Oh, I can't believe this cop would do this, or I can't believe they would do this to my daughter." Yes, because you didn't suspect them of being a white supremacist. This is why when a white person usually does something, I'm not really surprised, and I'm pretty sure all of you in here are not really surprised because you suspect them of being a white supremacist. And by the way, it'd be the nicest white person, your coworker, your boss. You guys talk about hip hop. You guys talk about football, basketball, everything, and they're so nice and congenial when you're talking about that. But soon as you talk about race, oh, the KKK hood just start poking out. So I just want to let you guys know: suspect all white people of being white supremacists until proven otherwise. Go ahead, Afro.
Thank you, thank you. Quick question before we go to our brother Torian. Quick question though. Drew, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah,
What is your race?
I'm a white male.
Okay, all right. And I want you to know that you being a white male in this space is not a problem whatsoever. That being said, I just want to know, did you come in here to troll or do anything and anything ill in this space at all?
Nope.
Okay. And I want to believe you. I really do. So I will give you the opportunity to prove that to not only myself, but to prove that to all the dozens and dozens of people in this chat, Drew. So what I'm gonna need you to do, Drew, what type of phone do you have?
I have a Motorola.
Okay, well that's modern enough. I need you to go to your Cash App on your Motorola.
I don't have a Cash App though.
Oh, okay. Well, so what payment do you have? What type of payment do you have? You have what?
I I just have a regular credit card and I don't even have money until the first.
You know what? Okay, I understand. We're still dealing in hard times and things are difficult right now. I understand that. We're dealing with hard times. So
Afro. So he has a Motorola, but he's on Twitter Space.
yeah, that is kind of weird. How do you have that?
How do I have it?
Yeah,
Um, I it it's it's able to go have a Twitter and everything else.
it sounds like you need to go to bed. Well, you know what? Let's I want to be fair and I want to give you the chance to speak despite the fact that you didn't pay. Okay? So exactly did you have to say?
Well, I had to clear something up with.
With what? With well, oh my God, there my phone goes again glitching. Oh, okay.
That's
I don't,
unfortunate, man. We really gonna
that
get these
is.
guys.
I don't know.
You need to
Maybe his
get your phone
Motorola.
fixed, Afro. You
We
really need to
do.
get that phone is really an issue.
Is it not? Isn't that same drunk nigga, that drunk dusty white
That
dude
is
that
not a nigga. That is not a nigga. That
no,
is
no,
not a nigga.
that same dusty white dude that was in our Twitter Space a few Twitter Spaces ago?
Yeah, the one who said I didn't bleed red. He sounded like it.
Yeah, that was him. That dusty dope head. Yeah, that was him. Yeah, I hear his voice.
I mean, do we go in their spaces doing this? For the most part, we don't do this to them. They're,
No.
they they I mean, it's like we have free space in their mind. It's like they are obsessed with us. I mean, like this is weird at this point.
Yeah,
But
we
you
live in their mind rent free, definitely.
but you remember what Nelly Fuller said? He said they, I think it was Nelly Fuller or Dr. Frances Cress Wilson. They basically, yes, it was her. She said that they they go through a lot of health problems. They have a lot of anxiety. They have a lot of there's a lot of issues these people have, and mental health issues. You understand, us breathing, us being alive, us talking about white supremacy, that gets them nervous, man. Because remember, like I said, when you start talking about these topics, you start coming up with plans. So they're very nervous. That dude, he's drunk out his ass.
But bro, not just nervous. It hurts them physically. It physically hurts them. If a black person smile, it physically brings up an emotion in them, and it hurts them.
That's all that
Exactly.
melanin.
So
It just burns them.
exactly. So he's very, very. And by the way, that's the worst of the worst white person that just came up. He's the drunk. He's the one that's high on meth, coke, crack, all that, and he's nervous. So imagine those white folks who don't do no drugs, how nervous they are. So there's a lot of anxiety there when you see black people discussing things. Now, no hip hop, no twerking, no foolishness. We're talking about serious topics. They're nervous.
Yeah. I wish I would have gave him a chance to speak. I was gonna let him speak. I really was, but my phone, it's something with the Wi-Fi connection where it just like drops the last speaker or something. I don't know. It's very specific, odd. It's very odd. Um, but continuing, let's get to our brother
Right.
Tori.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. It's interesting that that just happened because that's actually what was going to drive right into my point about how I was saying how white supremacy, or as I like to call it, WS, is even getting weaker or showing its weakening state. Now, I don't know how many people here on in the space live in the state of Florida, and if you do, I don't know how y'all deal with Ron DeSantis, but anyway, he just recently signed a bill into law. Well, signed a bill called the Stop. I think it's called the Stop Woke Act or whatever, but you know what it really means. Like when you break it down, and I actually had a chance to read some of the bill there. Now you have to ask yourself one question. How is it the people that have all the power in this nation and even the world want to create something like that against people who are quote unquote powerless? One thing I've always said is that black people, especially Black Americans or FBA, are some of the most influential people on the planet. We are the trendsetters of the world, and I stand firmly by that, and will always stand firmly on that. While we may not have all the resources, all the money, all the political power, we have one thing on our side that a lot of other groups don't have, and that's influence. You cannot tell me that there is not one spot on this globe that we did not touch and influence some part of the world. You can look at it through our art, through music, through the way we talk, the way we dress, the way we wear our hair, and everything. All you got to do is look at how much they copy, even down to the way we cook, dance, all of that. We have influence. That's like our superpower. Like if we were a superhero, our superpower would be influence. And that's one thing. And the thing is, it comes natural and it burns them up. You see a lot of people try to imitate everything that we do, but it's always like a missing ingredient. And that missing ingredient is originality. We are some of the most original people that walk the face of this planet. Hell, we probably invented taking baths, because you know who does not do that quite often. It's still some people today who still choose to live like their caveman ancestors of taking baths once a week or whenever they see the dirt. Like, it's crazy. But that's how I know that white supremacy is getting weak and they don't have the power anymore. Like, look at the stories that have come out so far where you've had black kids in school get called the N-word by white classmates, and they are literally throwing them hands, them feet, elbows, knees, anything that they can use to inflict force and pain. I did a video like last week about this one black kid in some like the upper northeast coast of this establishment. This white kid kept calling him the N-word, kept bullying him. No one like was taking him seriously. Then one day he just went off on this white boy because he kept messing with him. He went on off of him so hard that not only did he beat him brutally with his shoe, but he beat him so bad that he fractured his collarbone. But guess what happened? The black boy got suspended for like 2 months, and the white boy only got suspended for like a couple days. Then you just had the one that recently happened in Georgia, where you had the white girl call the black boy the N-word from across the room, and he literally stopped what he was doing and went over and slapped the sonic rings out of her. And it caused the black kids to call the stage a walkout because they felt the punishment was not balanced. Because while he did physically assault her, and let's be real here, she did deserve it. Hey, we live in a state of equality. Isn't that what those feminists want? Equality. Even though he got physical with her and she did deserve it, the punishment was nowhere near the same. She called him a slur, and then you got PC getting on here trying to dictate on how we should feel when we react to certain things like that. Well, I bet you now that she won't say that word again. She probably scared to say it in private. Then you got these other girls somewhere, I think in Texas, in Vidor, Texas, which is a sundown town, literally on TikTok, just saying nigger all over the place while on camera. And keep in mind, like I said, they're in Vidor, Texas, a sundown town that's majority white. So that's how coward they are. They will say stuff like that when we're not around, because as you can see from the two examples that I gave, they won't dare say that in person or to your face because they already know what the consequence is. That's why many of them want to say that word so bad, because they don't want to suffer any consequences because they know what they're doing. But you know what? to all those black kids out there, all the black youth who happen to be in school, if it gets to that point we have to do it, even if you have to like catch the charge of being like suspended or whatever the case may be, it is what it is. Because I would rather be suspended from school than to just continue being harassed or hit with insults. And then if I feel like they have to feel the wrath of God, then it is what it is.
Can I please interject, bro? Please. Just one time. I don't want to lose my place in line, but let me say this, right? Because like the N-word at this point is not even a bad thing. Let me say this, right? I feel as though that we too emotional about that word. Nigger, they called Martin Luther King a nigger. That's one of the greatest human beings to ever walk this planet. They called Harriet Tubman nigger. They was gonna rape that if they would have caught Harriet Tubman, they was gonna rape that nigger bitch to death. All she wanted to do was be free. That's it. That's all she wanted to do was be free. They pressed about niggers. They called LeBron James a nigger. They called Michael Jordan a nigger. They called Denmark Vesey nigger. They called goddamn who all the greatest were called nigger. All the greatest people to ever walk this planet was called nigger. We too emotional about that. When they call you a nigger, that's a badge of honor. We could never be the niggers. We could never be the niggers. We could never be niggers. Those people were great. The niggers made it so we can be here today. That's what a nigger sacrificed when they whipped the bone out them niggers back. I don't not like my people taking that word as a bad thing. That's a badge of honor. All over the world, like you said, our influence is all over the world. Everybody want to be a nigger. None of us can never be niggers. The niggers, they had the toughest walk that any group of human beings ever had on the planet. I'm just gonna land right there because I'm gonna land right there. Can I please just keep my place and not make my last point?
Yeah, and we're gonna let Torian finish up.
Well, if that's the case, then I guess that means if they're going to call me that, then I have every right to call them whatever slur towards them, and they should not get mad, right?
Yeah, that's what I say, bro.
Okay,
Yeah, we should be able to call
then we're gonna make sure that we're gonna make sure that there is a balance, and that means that they cannot get mad when something actually happens, right?
Yeah. We should be able to call the Latino spics.
Hold on, I
Arabs.
think that we should be careful.
All right. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm a little more radical than. All right, but yeah.
We're just gonna let Torian finish up uninterrupted, and then we're gonna come back to you, Vovo. Okay.
All I'm saying is this: equal rights, equal lefts. That's really for me. Really all that it boils down to. And if people, like I said, if people really want to, like, if that's what it takes, like if they want to get to that point, because the thing is, Vovo, I understand what you're saying. I understand completely what you're saying, but you're just one person. You're probably in the minority of how people actually feel when it comes to that, compared to the majority. And then you got to think when it comes to with the history of that word, what was happening in the process of that actually happening at the same time. Yes, we know a lot of them call, like you said, they call some of our greats that word, but notice they call it to them from a distance or anything like that. A lot of the people that were called and referred to that word, they were still being, like you said, they were being lynched and they were being killed at the same time. They literally were dying while being called that word, even while in the process of dying or in that position. And the thing about it is, when you are in a position such as the so-called dominant society where you're trying to dictate how people feel and everything like that, you cannot turn around and then try to be the complete opposite of what it is that you're doing. That's why I brought up the whole thing with Ron DeSantis down in Florida. You cannot be the so-called dominant, the so-called superior, and then implement all these bills to try to comfort the same people that you claim is superior. Now we found your weak spot. That's exactly what it is, and I'm glad that that's actually happening. And another thing is, we as Black people have to learn how to navigate through is that code speak. Lee Atwater, as racist as he was, he got exposed back in the 80s about how that code speak worked. Unfortunately, for some black people, it begins and ends with that word, but it's way more deeper than that. Like when they keep saying woke this and woke that, we know they talking about us. Whenever they said the word thug, we know that they were talking about us too. So they don't have to always necessarily say the key word. And we know what the key word is. But as long as you know your enemy, it's going to be very easy to decipher through whatever it is that you're talking about. That's why, for me, I've created my own code speak. And I highly suggest that many more black people create their code speak. People to this day still ask me what PC stands for. And I came up with that term back in 2018. It ended up on Urban Dictionary. I still got people asking me, I know that doesn't mean politically correct because the way that you're using it, I don't think that's the same thing. So what is PC? I still get that in my comment sections to this day. And I've even said it in videos and they still ask me what it means. I've had my subscribers tell people what it is and they still be like, oh, okay, it is what it is. So to the black people, create your own code speak. That way they don't know what it is that you're talking about. And I'm gonna land my play right there.
Okay, and for that,
Hello.
can you guys hear
Let's
me?
just wait for the host to finish talking. Can you mute yourself, please? Just
Yes.
wait a minute, please.
Yes.
Okay. Let I would like to point to shift gears a little bit. I'd like to point to the jumbotron. Can everybody look in the jumbotron real quick? I just made a space. This person has recently popped up on the scene, and this person is clearly an anti-black agent who is making spaces and saying very um extremist things. And these are the things that the dominant society uses to get us labeled a hate group or an extremist group, which is why I say we should be very careful with the language that we're using. We have to be very strategic. Okay. When you make spaces titled "Kill Whites Like This Bitch" and then tag the person, make the world a better place, those things get noticed. And when people make spaces like this, you can kind of tell that it's almost obvious that you're going to make those spaces. Oh, and this isn't the only one. I just found one of them and screenshot it. Kill white people, kill them. Oh, this person is a fag. This person is a white faggot. This person, it literally in those titles, those are the titles of his spaces. And when you guys go into that, you also give that notoriety because you allow the audience, your followers, they get to see you in that space, and they'll most likely join because they see you in that space. So his spaces get a fair amount of views. I mean, he's making a space right now as we speak about me specifically, and that space didn't get. I mean, his space. Let me put that on the jumbotron. His space right now that he's tagged me in doesn't have nearly as many people in his space as my space, and it won't. But anyway, spaces that get those types of views, those are the things that the dominant society gets to use in their little petitions to call us a hate group. So we got to stay away from the rah niggas like him, because he does not bring forth any bit of benefit to black society at all. If you look on I just put this on the jumbotron. This is the space he made about me. He was calling A. Let me see who AB's is. I'm not exactly sure what that is. Calling that person, calling me like this person is clearly trying to get my attention, but he won't get that. I don't care what he says. But this black consciousness dude is a damn agent, and he's trying to get in and lead people with the rah stuff. So everybody you follow, he'd be like, well, you were in this space and they said kill this white bitch and you were there clapping, so clearly you want to kill her, and now we're going to track your IP address and label you as a terrorist. Okay, we have to understand the tactics of white supremacy. Before we continue with this space, because it's very productive.
Check your message. I've left a back channel message to you.
Okay, I'm gonna check that. The person who assassinated Malcolm X, or the person who was contributing to the assassination of Malcolm X. Okay. The person who contributed to the assassination of Malcolm X was an FBI agent who was a part of Malcolm X's security crew. This guy was a very rah type of dude. He was all like, "Come on, let's do this. Let's fight against the government." He was so revolutionary. What he did was he incentivized and gassed up Malcolm X's, and he said this in his confession before he died. He incentivized and gassed up black people to go commit crimes. When black people got in jail for that, black Malcolm X's security crew got in jail for that. That opened the door, or that allowed people to freely be able to assassinate Malcolm X. And he explained all of this a couple years ago in his confession right before he died. The person who set up Fred Hampton, William O'Neill, he was a very rah type of dude as well. He used to plan to talk about, oh, we got to do this, we got to fight against the power. He was so pro black and very revolutionary, but he was only doing that so he can get credibility. And he set up Fred Hampton to be assassinated. So we definitely got to watch for these people who are very loud, very vulgar, very obvious, making spaces that are very dangerous for black people to even participate in. So what needs to happen is this person needs to be blocked by everybody. You do not need to associate with yourself with this individual whatsoever at all, period. I'm warning everybody. I am warning you, because when you get your Twitter shut down because you were in his space, don't say you weren't warned. When you get people knocking at your doors because you were in his space speaking, do not say you were not warned. This is a very obvious tactic. Do not associate with this person whatsoever. Now, with that being said, Sister Nikki, do you remember how the hands went? I think Charlie, we'll go with Charlie and then George.
Let me say this. I've been blocked him. I've been blocked him. It's real obvious. You're absolutely right. I blocked him shit 2-3 weeks ago. He liked that.
All right.
I'll keep a better eye on the hands going forward, but I didn't have it memorized. I know that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what we'll do,
I won't be long.
uh, what we'll do is we'll go to the new, because I want to hear the new speakers real quick. Charlie, I think it was Charlie, then Georgia.
Okay.
Uh, yeah.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to say how y'all doing. I hope y'all having a good night. Um, I'm enjoying listening to this conversation. At the same time, I'm about to say something that might pinch a little bit, but I'm just tell the truth. I respect, and I ain't gonna say cracker. I respect them white folks. And I'm gonna tell you why I respect them. They run a planet, they run a continent, they run a country, they run a state, they run a city, they run a jail cell, and county jail and prison. We don't run none of that. Back to what the dude was saying, you got to watch for people. We don't practice the art of illusion. We wear our emotions on our skin. We don't have a language that we speak to one another, so it's in code, so they won't know what we're doing. We telegraph every move. And if you play chess, that's what they doing. They playing chess. They Elon Musk getting ready to go to Mars. But if it wasn't for those black girls who did the numbers, they would have never got off this planet. So everything that's either innovative in a way where it's like a moonshot, somebody black was right there. But the problem is we don't band together with each other when we see another one doing just as good. We won't support the good and just push him or her. We'll say to ourselves, well, I can do better. Well, what they do, even if they kill each other, they get the objective done regardless who got to get killed if it comes to that, regardless who got to be removed if it comes to that, they get the objective done. Look, they took people from a continent, put them on another continent, and they still running them today. I ain't went to a black store yet. I got one in Houston, that's where I'm from. It's one black grocery store that just came up. Now, back in the days, back in the gap, maybe 80s, 70s, 90s, you start seeing, or you were seeing mom and pop black spots. So the money was circulating back around into the neighborhood so we can have resources to do things with kids so they won't be the type kids they are right now, getting F and N's and the biggest guns you can see. This is by design, not by accident. And they've been designing ever since. They've been designing our life ever since we haven't owned nothing. We don't own cars. We don't own homes. When I say homes, the ones that build the whole community, the ones that we don't own none of it. We don't own banks. I think Black Mike, the rapper, he got a black bank. I got to count with that. I'm just saying that to say we don't have nothing to fight with but our mouth. And if we do fight with our mouth, we say everything we finna do. So if you playing chess and you telegraph your next move, I know I'm gonna get you on checkmate. And they've been checkmating us ever since we've been over here. If we made secret languages or something of they don't know what the fuck we talking about, but they know everything because that whoever that guy is you said that was trolling in here, the art of illusion always beats your opponent. So if I can make you think one thing and there's something else going on, I got you fooled. And I know the outcome. I can predict the outcome and my chances of getting it right are better. And one more thing. Prison is still slavery. I did 13 years in prison, and the problem with slavery is this. You got black folks who I forgot the name of that syndrome when the person that's getting robbed start helping the rob. You see all these
Stockholm
black
syndrome.
that right there. You see all these dudes who was really, really gorillas on the street, or whatever you want to call them, when they get it now. I'm not saying all of them, but these particular ones make shifts like tectonic plate shifts in the language we're supposed to be speaking, meaning holding up your fist, standing pro-black. They go over there. Sorry, let me clean up the kitchen for you. Captain, let me do this for you. And you said, man, look at this. This the same stuff. Harry Tubman, the same stuff. Malcolm X, the same stuff. The Marcus Garvey, the same stuff that they went through is still right there in prison. And then they come. Now me, you're gonna say, well, what about you? I got 48 DRs, meaning I was very undisciplined enough because that's
You
not where I'm
make,
supposed to be.
brother. I will say absolutely, absolutely, and I want to touch on the prison thing because I did a broadcast about that. The prison system. If you guys go to my YouTube channel, you guys can definitely check that out. The prison system is very much so the modern version of the plantations. Very much so. And I'm sorry that this system got you caught up 13 years of your life. I'm not gonna ask you for details because I
A
don't want
white
you to
girl
give
did it.
out, information. We got to start moving more strategically in these spaces. Now that we got certain ops out here, and so you guys know, I have never. You guys have seen me for years. I have never ever told you guys to block anybody. I have never told you guys that. I've told you I've blocked people, but I have never advised anybody to block another person. But I'm telling you guys, when people move like this, you need to block them. This
Because
is
that's
obvious
dangerous.
and
That
this
is
is
he is a
dangerous.
very dangerous person. I'm sorry. I just had to add the word dangerous in there. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Exactly. Exactly. I've never told you. I mean, y'all can follow who y'all want to follow, but this, I'm doing this for y'all. Y'all need to block this person. Okay. Now,
Afro, can I ask you a question, bro?
uh, real quick, because
Yeah,
we
because you
we
just
got
got
to
up
get.
here, Prez. You just got up
Yeah,
here.
yeah. We
I know, but I just wanted to ask, are you jacking my shit, bro?
No, I actually gave you a shout out. Actually, I I actually did. I actually said this space was inspired by a space that you hosted that I was in. Actually.
Okay, I'm just making sure, cause yeah.
Okay,
I'm
so
at
moving
work.
on with the hands. Georgia, you can go ahead.
I was at work. Can I finish what I was saying? I ain't
Okay,
gonna tell you.
bro,
Just
we're introducing the 2 minute timeline. So if you
okay.
could like land your plane real quick. And another
And
thing too, nobody has ownership of a question. Nobody has an ownership of a question.
Nah, I'm not saying that you have ownership of it, but like, dude, I originally started this shit. Like,
And I
you
gave
just
and
said
I
that.
gave you. I'm not saying I did. One thing with me, I never jack anybody's stuff.
great minds think
I
alike.
literally said in
But
the
you
very
can't
beginning.
say I get that. I'm
Great
not trying to
minds
start
think
shit
alike.
Okay,
in your
okay.
space. I'm about to bounce, but like, don't be like, oh well, you don't own a question, and then turn around and be like, oh well, I was inspired off of your space. Like, huh?
First off, I don't come. Do you know how many people make spaces based off of spaces I made? I don't come up there. Are you jacking my shit? No. How am I jacking your shit? You're not the first person to ask that
I
question.
get that,
You're
but you
not
were
the first
specific.
person to
But
ask that
I get
question,
that, but you
and
were
this
in
question
my
doesn't
space.
belong to you. And in the beginning, I
Hey,
actually
let
I
did
never
say
said
me
it
that I
was,
was.
bro.
I
Like,
actually did say if I mute you, then you're muted. I actually did say that I was inspired. This question inspired me to make a space.
He
What
did
you think?
say that.
What are
He
you
did say that.
jealous for? What are you
I've been
jealous
here since
for?
the beginning. He did say that, but that's disingenuous. Are you jacking my shit? What is it? That's just
What is there
disingenuous.
to jack?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what,
Really?
like
this
you
this
trying to
he
brand
didn't
a
he doesn't
question,
own.
or are you branding a question? It was a good idea. Like what is that shit
I,
lame?
I told you guys, man, if you was dusty before you was B1, when you B1, you're gonna be dusty. What kind of dusty ass question is that?
When you
Are
say
you
that,
jacking?
he sure did. Rich sure did say that. You definitely said that.
Yeah, like we in jail. That's what they say in jail. Yo, you jacking my shit. I'm from New York City. When somebody tell you that, that's jail talk. That's jail babble. If you about white supremacy, if you about defeating white supremacy, you want a million spaces copying you. You want everybody talking about what you talking about. But you got a problem with somebody asking a simple question: Are you jacking my shit, dude?
And he
You
was
sound like
letting trolls control his whole space.
Cause
And I don't think he
he
was.
about Twitter Spaces. He ain't about fighting white supremacy.
Yeah. So yeah, whatever. So we have to fix. Well, Afro has to fix whatever went wrong anyway.
whoever that dude
Yeah.
was. Take your thong off, man, and relax. Take your
He,
bra off and your thong and just relax, bro.
he
Come on.
is the official Twitter Space twerker.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
this questions like this has not been. He doesn't own this question. This question's been around way before he's been around. Um, and I've said this way before, months before, years before. Do you know how many people? And I'm not doing this to like pat myself on the back, but do you know how many people make spaces inspired by spaces that I've made or questions that I've asked? I don't get on stage. Are you taking my question? No, it's not your question. You didn't trademark this question or trademark this topic. I can see if I use his name. The fuck?
I
You
think he's.
jacking my shit.
I think he's dating Giselle. I think that's his boyfriend. I think so.
Mm. It may be. Came up here with very weird energy, interrupted, didn't raise his hand, interrupted, and I felt he was gonna say something. That's why I let him ask. But continuing, continuing. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to everybody. Um, I'm gonna give shout outs in a minute, but I want to get to these hands real quick. Let's go to Georgia. You can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So everyone, this is the first time I've been in there on one of these. And by the way, Afro, you spoke about a person to, I guess, maybe delete or something, block, and I couldn't get to where you were referring. So if at any point someone can just let me know who that is, or what I need to do. Listen, you guys, I really enjoy listening to young people. I'm a boomer, and I'm between the late 50s and coming of age in the late 70s. And one thing I like about you guys is that you're all coming together and you're trying to figure out how to, if I remember right, you were talking about maybe defeat white supremacy. And respectfully, I'd like to just put out some of my own wisdom, if you will, for on a few things. So the first thing would be like this little bit of a tiff that came up is that I don't know about guys, but for females, I think I learned a way that we can talk even if we disagree, right? And that was from the Real Housewives franchise, all of that, where someone had an issue and then they would say, well, let's meet for lunch or something like that, so that only the two of you can talk and see if you can work it out. And I wonder if that might be something for the guys, right? To maybe try something in that framework, so that all of us black men and women
we really do need to find a way to get along, because we're not going to come to the same place in the same headspace.
No, we
And
we
so,
we don't we don't need to get along with dusty niggas, dudes that's emotional about questions. It's all right.
yeah,
It's okay to be divisive with dusty niggas. It's okay to
okay,
separate. It's okay to separate yourself from those type. We separate ourselves from coons, from dusty dudes, from dusty broads, hood rats. It's okay. We're not in
sure.
2000. We're not in 1988 where we get along. We go along, get along, gang. No, we
Well,
separate
I
ourselves.
don't mean
We
it.
we
I don't mean it
separate.
like
We
that
we
either.
separate. We separate ourselves from people who are not here to help.
So listen,
If you're not here to progress
yeah.
what's going on in black society, it's okay to separate yourself from
It
those type
is.
of people.
It is, but it's more of a like, let's say, a single thing, right? It's between you and them, and not between you and everyone else, is what I'm saying. Because on the other hand, the women, females, they're always, in my opinion, always poised to tear someone apart. They're really good at it, just cutting you down with their tongues. But if we're all doing that, then how do we ever expect to get along and work together? That's all I'm
We that's why I said what I said. We don't need to be working with dusty broads and dusty dudes. That's why I said it's okay to be
saying.
divisive with
Okay,
those type of people. Nothing wrong with that.
sure, sure. I'm not gonna, argue about it. So the next thing I wanted to add is
Yeah,
that.
sister, you're running low on time. If you can land real quick, just like wrap it up so we can get to more speakers.
Oh, okay, sure. The When you talk about the N word, I agree with you guys when someone was talking about not reacting. We, especially our college students and everything, when someone writes it on the wall or the bathroom, wherever, we should now not have to react no matter where we see it, because we know that it's only done to get a rise out of us, right? To upset us and see how we're going to take it. And in my mind, I would just ignore it. Honestly, I would ignore it, and then let them see that they've only made a fool of themselves.
Absolutely. And thank you very much for that, sister. Let's go to. I want to hear from our brother No Name, and then we can go to certain other people.
B1 brother Afro Elite, B1 co-host Nikki, salute to Torian, salute to Rich, salute to Volvo, FBA Antonio. I'm my name is No Name Nino. I may sound like somebody y'all know in the past, but this is my first time on the app. Wink, wink. But
I
to
have no
answer the
idea who this
question,
person is. No Name.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, No Name Nino, yeah. So apparently, so the question is, how is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? I challenge anyone to find an issue that's in the black community that is not a result of white supremacy. Let's go down the list of some of the common things that people talk about. Let's talk about the crabs in the barrel mentality. I think that's a result of white supremacy, depriving us of resources. Let's talk about black on black crime, quote unquote. First of all, crime is always going to be due to proximity of whoever you're around. That's why LGBT on LGBT violence is higher than, non-LGBT on LGBT violence. It's always due to proximity. But also, let's go even further. We talk about black on black crime. Crime is based on poverty. You know what I'm saying? In a capitalistic society, the higher the poverty in the area, the higher the crime. Why are black people the poorest people in the country? Goes back to white supremacy. Let's talk about femicide, or the death of black females in the medical realm, or just black people in general in the medical realm. There's a reason why so many black people are apprehensive about going to hospitals and stuff. Again, that goes back to white supremacy. It's not because black people are inherently just more unhealthy than everybody else, or we're inherently genetically weaker, where we're just caused to die in the hospital just because we're just weak. If that was the case, then they wouldn't have went out their way to pull to enslave our ancestors on this land and to pull them from Africa to bring them over here. You know, everything ties back into white supremacy. So whenever a Negro goes out the way to deflect from white supremacy, to deflect issue back onto black society, that's a scary ass Negro that is too afraid to address white supremacy. I apologize if that was already said, but I was out here running around. So I'll go ahead and park the car in the garage right there.
Thank you, No Name. My
Okay, if
first
your
time
hand isn't
ever
raised,
speaking from
I
you, and
haven't
you're
put you in
just
a
such a
queue.
great speaker. And
Yeah.
so y'all know, I don't know who he is. I picked him randomly. I just randomly picked this person for no reason. First time ever. That was a good thing. Wow. All right. Shout out to him. Um. But yeah, if your hand isn't raised, because there's people who request to speak and they don't have a lot of time to speak. So if we are going to be going back to the 2 minute thing, I haven't really been following that, but we're going to go back to the 2 minute thing so we can allow more people to speak. If you want to come up and say something, if you can request, I appreciate your patience, family. Let's go to, I think it was Black Pressure. You can go. Um, what's your name? Is ASAP? ASAP. Can you raise your hand if you would like to say something? But Black Pressure, yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say, peace to all the black family in the room. I want to, like you say, you're giving us 2 minutes, so I'm gonna give you the Reader's Digest version of this. I want to touch on something Torian spoke about when he was speaking. I actually, in that video that's going around the internet where all the white girls were saying nigger, 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 that town is called Vidor, Texas. I actually was born and raised 10 minutes west of that city. I'm from Beaumont, Texas. I've been living in Houston for 20 years, but I was born and raised in Beaumont. And if you guys care to, you can Google Vidor, Texas. It's a sundown town. It still is to this day. You can Google the sundown signs they would have on Interstate 10. I mean, there's a few of them they would put out there. You could Google that, and that town, as we speak today, you could. It unfortunately, where the proximity where I live, if you want to go to Louisiana, like Lake Charles, and go to the casinos, from where I'm, if you live in Houston or Beaumont, you have to pass through Vidor. It's the next to last city before you cross into Louisiana. But that town has the Klansmen openly recruit people on, like I say, a major feeder road on Interstate 10 out there. You can, if you care to actually ever drive through there, you can openly see the Klan recruiting people out there. But I'll move on to my next point. Uh, there was a brother, I can't remember his name. He was talking about the N word earlier. Uh,
That was either Vovo or Torian.
yes. And I apologize. I can't remember the brother's name, but I'll say this: going back to where I'm from, some of you the
I think you dropped off.
Caller has been abducted.
All right. All right. Must have been this black nationalist dude. Um. Okay. Well, we'll let him come back. But Vovo, you've had your hand up for a minute,
I'm,
and I
I'm
know you got a last point you want to make. That's gonna.
Yeah, that's my last point, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
drop down after this. I just want to say I want to add something on the N word thing, y'all. Just for me, it really bothered me that bother y'all that much, man. At this point, they trolling you with that, and they know that they can get that much of emotion out of you. That is weak. That is weak, black people. That is weak. That is weak. That's the best. They know that they can drop that in our lap, and that just supposed to set us off and crash us out. That is weak. The greatest people to ever walk this planet. Period. They call us nigger. That's a badge of honor for me. For me personally, that is a badge of honor. Like I said before, they call Martin Luther King nigger. They call Harriet Tubman nigger.
We are.
But we can't walk around calling the J word, the J people words. We can't walk around
The
calling
J
them
people.
stuff.
I don't know what the J people. Like I said, I'm a little
The
more radical.
Jewish. You know what they mean. The
Huh?
Jewish.
Small hats.
Yeah.
Small hats.
Oh. See,
Yeah.
all right. Yeah. Like, I didn't know that until yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. But I don't care what they call them. I don't care what they call them. That don't bother me like that. Now it might bother me because I know that you coming to disrespect me and you challenging me. Yeah, but that word in itself, that is a badge of honor. That is a bad. It's people. It's black people in this country that's alive today that got that on their birth certificate. Our forefathers and our ancestors, they had that on their birth certificate. We the greatest people to ever live. That don't bother me like that. I'm a little bit different. I know. I'm gonna try to.
Vovo, brother. I wanted to ask the
No,
group a
do you know
question.
what? Do you know what? No, he's right in a way because we are
Yeah,
We
yeah,
are
and
we are
I'm not
threatening.
disagreeing with that,
We
but
are
I'm saying,
threatening. I
yeah,
reckon.
hold on, Dave. All right now. Um, I'm saying I wanted to ask the panel a question real quick, but I want to get to everybody, so at least everybody had a chance to speak before I do so. So I know you had a third point you wanted to land, and that was separated from like the N-word thing. So what was that like the third point? You were saying you gave the first 2 points, and then you had a third point about the space. So did you want to go ahead with your third point?
I'm gonna go ahead and land. Uh, bro, I want to say this right. The guy that I was wanted to specifically talk to left. He said shalom. That means peace. He reads the Bible. The Bible says that the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. These people are wicked. Like I said before, this is their planet right now. They are running things. We have to use their money. They are able to go all over the world and do whatever they want to do to anybody. If right now it's just their turn. We are taking them out of power, and they know that. And they know that this is the end of their run. This is their end of their run. This is just their turn. We have to go through this in order for us to be great. That's what makes us great. The reason why we the greatest people on the planet is because we the only people that fight these people back. We the only people that's able to endure this punishment. That's what makes us the greatest people to ever walk this planet. Because we got to deal with the worst group of people to ever walk this planet. And I'm gonna leave that right there.
Thank
Appreciate
you
y'all.
very much. Very, very much. Um, let's see. Our brother, who was it? I believe it was the you might be a sister actually.
If you've already spoken, can you please just let some other people speak for the
Yeah.
first
We'll
time?
get
If you
you.
and then you speak for a second time. 'Cause there's some people who came up. I think one person came up and left.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I want to introduce the timer again. I haven't been keeping track of I'm gonna do a better job. The what's your name? The one with the what? The next
The necessities.
the necessities. Yeah. I can't see the whole thing unless I click into the profile. You can go ahead.
Peace, family. Um, my name is Aurora. I'm the owner of the Necessities Company. I'm speaking off my business page because Twitter has banned me. Um,
Don't say that, sister. Don't say that. That's how you get banned again. This is your first time on this app.
it's not
Trust
my
me.
first time on this
No,
app.
no, no.
Yes, yes, it is. It's your first time. You are completely bland. Twitter hasn't banned you. Twitter has not banned you. Just like it's banned no speaker up here so far. All of the speakers up here is completely squeaky clean with a perfectly clean record. Okay, I'm just saying that because if it was not the case, if you were banned, you run the risk of getting banned again. So I know that doesn't apply to anybody in here. Hint, hint. It doesn't apply to anybody in here. Wink, wink. You know what I'm saying? So just continue with what you're saying. We feel you.
Copy that. Um, I was trying to address the brother. His name was Charlie. I don't know if he's still in the space, but you know, back when the emancipation took place, a lot of our ancestors uh, didn't want to leave the plantation, and stayed and was begging not to be put off. And now you have to remember that a lot of those traits were carried down through the genes, and some of their descendants um, are walking around this planet today. So when we address people, we always have to remember that there's a possibility that they are one of those descendants and they are walking around. So not everything that we do won't be co-opted uh, by the Caucasians. Will be co-opted by the Caucasians because of the fact that those descendants are walking around looking how they can please master. The brother was speaking on
creating a language. You know, these are the ultimate culture vultures. They always tapping into everything that we do, say, just who we are, period, across the board. But there's always going to be some Negro out here, one of those descendants, that's going to be telling them what it is we do and what we're talking about, and so on and so forth. So we just have to be mindful in regards to creating things that, oh, we think it's just for us. When in fact, as you can see, every day that's just not the case.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you adding that in, and I appreciate this being the very first space that you've ever been in before. That's very great. Um, let's see who had. I believe I want to go to FB Antonio. Then we'll go to our brother. Actually, no. Let's get to our sister P Flawed, because she's been in and out and she's been wanting to say stuff for a while. Shout out to all of the speakers who've been here, except the ones who haven't paid. Shout out to all of them. Our sister P Flawed, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Alfred. I appreciate that. My phone was glitching. But I wanted to talk about real quick what Volvo was saying about the N word. Yeah, I get if people are saying the N word towards us that most of the time they trolling, but I just want to keep in mind, or want everybody to keep in mind, when they start, it starts with words. So if they sit around here calling you a nigga, I take that as a threat because it will end in action. And if you, not saying you have to be violent, because I practice nonviolence, but if you sit around here and allow somebody to disrespect you on a word part, then there will be no problem for them to do that when it comes to action. So I just want everybody to kind of keep that in mind.
Thank you. Thank you. And I enjoy your perspective. And to piggyback off of that, every single person in this room, every single person that we know personally in our life, and every person that we follow practices nonviolence. I hope everybody understands this. This is a recorded space. So when, I just want it to be known that everybody in here practices nonviolence.
I
All
practice
right.
self-defense, making that very
Yeah.
clear.
Oh, yeah. Very. So only if the person is attacking us first. Under no circumstances do we seek out any violent acts at all. And it's a shame that I even have to say that, but I guess I kind of do now. But to piggyback off of what our sister P Flaw says, to me, it is a threat. If you're saying that to me, that's pretty much. I mean, if you're egregious enough to say that to my face, to say that to my person, I can't stop. I can't just assume that you're gonna stop at words. That would just be um a dumb assumption to have, to assume that you're just gonna call me the N word and then walk off peacefully. I just can't. I can't assume that. So I would have to, like our brother No Name, someone I've never met before, said, defend myself if it came down to it. Thank you for very much for that. FBA Antonio, you can go ahead.
B1 to the room.
B1.
Nikki. Yep, B1 and Afro, you know what I'm saying? Everybody in here, Tori and Rich, Um, I just wanted to start off by saying to the, to the topic here, how is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? Because they are the cause of all black issues. But a lot of points was already touched on, so I just wanted to go a different direction, and I'm gonna start with a quote from Professor Black Truth. The problem with most people is we don't think our way into proper action. We act our way into proper thinking. Slow down, FBA. You got to plan your moves. You got to plan your moves, and we know the number one thing that we have to do, and the way that they try to constrict us is by disabling our economy and our black dollar from circulating in our community. So that's I know we talk about economics all the time, and yes, I'm gonna make it a focus right now because, you need to learn how to start a business, and you need to learn the ins and outs of that business, how it should be taxed. You know what I'm saying? From a sole proprietor to S corp, you know what I'm saying, corporation. You need to run that business and understand that you're gonna probably not make a profit for at least 1 to 3 years. That's why they give you that space to not file your taxes. You know what I'm saying? You might have to file some taxes on that third year. You know what I'm saying? So you get your money up, you put your money up, and Rich always talking about you know what I'm saying? The dusty niggas, they don't never want to talk about money. They don't want to talk about economics. They just want to, cuddle up with some broad and ride the wave, and hopefully they can get on, sell a couple bags or whatever they got to do, or work a minimum wage job or whatever they got to do. Man, you a black man out here. And Volvo, I think that's my brother name. I don't see him. I don't see him right here no more. But he was speaking
He's
about
still in the room. He's just in the
okay,
audience.
he
Yeah.
down there.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? As far as how you spoke about how being called a nigger, you know what I'm saying? That's a term of endearment for you, and I'm not against. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. Absolutely. Um, you know what I'm saying? And the people who were called that and things like that. And I don't take that approach necessarily, but I know Neely Fuller Jr. does, and I follow him like heavily. Like he don't he's very adamant about not letting words disturb or disrupt you. You know what I'm saying? Because they're words. You know what I'm saying? A lot of positive things were said here, so I'll just continue. You know what I'm saying? When we're talking about uh our I think matter of fact it was brother Turian, he mentioned our influence. Man, that was powerful. That piece right there, run it back when y'all play this back on the playback. Our influence is astronomical. We out here. Okay, you put a black face on it, it's gonna get popping, from endorsement deals to whatever. You know what I'm saying? Even when they didn't want Jesse Owens running in the Olympics, man, we started this sneaker game. We got it popping with a look. We can go down a list of whatever black name you attach to the product. It's gonna get booming because shit, we the shit. That's what we do. We make it influential. You know what I'm saying? We pat now. Imagine if we coupled that influence with our economics. You did? So soak that game in real quick. And then from there, made a triangle offense. You did what I'm saying, or defense, however you want to look at it. And then made it a necessity to protect our resources and assets that we already attained. You know what I'm saying? That's what we didn't do in Tulsa and all the 100 other cities that was burnt down during race riots and shit like that. White folks were standing, yeah, they were deputized. Um, they had the sheriff's department on their side and shit like that. But me, I know where I'm at. I'm on Twitter Space, but we'll leave that right there. But as far as self defense, you know what I'm saying? We do have to.
I'm gonna just add in real quick as far with the timer, as far as that's concerned, bro.
Yes,
We
sir.
yeah,
Got it.
so you got to be cautious of that.
Okay. Negroes with Guns, Robert F. Williams. Y'all go find that book. And I'll land it right here with saying another quote from Professor Black Truth, which is my favorite quote. Um, as far as everybody questioning the titles of the room, and you got dudes hopping in and out of here talking about you stole my. Listen, bro, the truth cannot merely be the truth. It must also be spoken. It may have been spoken in your side. I didn't hear that dude room. It need to be spoken again because we grab another minds when we speaking it right now. So I'll land right there, bro.
Thank you very much for that. Um, I want to ask. I mean, how is and our sister? What I like about what our person, brand new person, no name, and our sister Soul Snatcher said, when you talk about the elements and the problems that we face in Black society, how does white supremacy affect that? How the reasons why we don't trust hospitals? Why is how if somebody was to ask you, Black people don't trust hospitals? Why? How does that have anything to do with white supremacy? You know, how does Black quote unquote black on black crime have anything to do with white supremacy? How does the children's growing up in foster care, how does that have anything to do with white supremacy? How do these things have to do with white supremacy? This is the importance, like Rich said, this is the importance of asking questions, because we can know it has to do with white supremacy. We can be very aware of that, but in order to come up with a solution, we have to know how it affects us, which is why knowing history is important. When you know the history of J. Morrison Sims, the person who used to experiment on enslaved black women, he was quote unquote the grandfather of gynecology, and he used to do experimentations on enslaved black women without anesthesia, because during that time it was believed that black women did not feel pain, and he was praised and put on a pedestal until very recently in modern times. Those are some of the things that let's not forget Henrietta Lacks. Let's not forget the Tuskegee experiment. All of these things are some of the reasons, not even all of the reasons, but some of the reasons why we don't trust them. We always have gotten poor health care when we go to them. We've always gotten the short end of the stick. You know, certain people have alleged, I'm not going to say too much, but some people have alleged that if you have your organ donor on your information, that next thing you know, the paramedics will do less of a job to try to save you, so they can take your very expensive organs out. Some people allege that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's somebody has once made that assumption, you know. But these are some of the reasons. So we have to know the reasons and how white supremacy does it, so we can kind of reverse it back. But with that being said, I want to hear from you, U13, and then we'll go Rich and No Name.
Thank you, man. B1 family. Just to the guy who's talking about the word nigger when they calling you that, I'ma just say this. My father used to work at a gas station, and I've said this on TBA's broadcast before. His boss called him a nigger consistently. All he did was got up, picked that man up by his throat, and slammed him on the roof of a car. You do not allow that to go down. Now, granted, yes, non-violence, but he did that in front of employees and clients. That doesn't rock. And that's all I gotta say about that. I understand no violence, but bruh, you bugging if somebody in your face calling you that in front of an audience. B1, thank you.
Okay, thank you, brother. B1 Black First. And I was watching that TBA broadcast when he said that somebody put the his dad body slammed somebody on the roof of a car. I remember that. It's very interesting. You know, when you rolling in these circles, you hear certain stories. You be like, "Wow, that was you the whole time." Wow, that's interesting. But let's get to our brother Rich.
I know
Bro, can I please chime in? Because I don't want to get it misconstrued. What I'm saying, like, can I please, real quick?
Yeah,
Can we
everybody
go?
has
Can
something
we
Yeah,
go
to.
order?
everybody got
Can we
something
go
to say.
order?
I'm not
Because I
saying
gotta
let these
say
people
my
call
piece.
you nigger.
Hold on. We have certain people who have limited time. So if you could just save your comment, because we want to be respectful to other people's time. And I feel what you're saying. I think I know what you're about to
Can
say.
I can I can
You
I
know.
just and then I'm gonna drop back down. I just want to that way it ain't misconstrued because people gonna keep talking about it. I'm not
Yeah,
saying let nobody
but you
disrespect you. I mean,
okay,
like,
Vovo?
oh, go ahead, bro. All right.
Yeah. I'm saying, because certain people are letting you know that they don't have a lot of time to speak before they leave. So we'll go with Rich, and then we'll go with No Name, and then we'll go to you.
I just want to say this: the dude that came in here asking Afro Elite if Afro Elite was jacking his Twitter space title, and then when he said that, he left, and then the generation, what she said, she was at Generation X or Y, the older lady that
She was a
came in,
boomer. She was a boomer.
A
Boomer,
boomerang.
yeah, yeah. So she came in after him, and she basically was saying, "Oh, we all need to get along. We don't need to be cursing. We don't need to be arguing." I just want to let you guys know, family, when you see dudes like that, and then you got older folks like that coming in talking that talk, it's okay to be divisive. It's okay to call them out. It's okay to tell them to they're being dusty or whatever they're being. It's okay to do that because I know that clip of Dr. Umar Johnson saying he's not going to be able to psychologize these Negroes. I know that shit is funny as hell, but there's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of us in our communities who are done for, and that's the result of white supremacy. A lot of us are done for. Like that dude, he came in here and he's being moist and asking questions about a damn title, a title that he's not even gonna get paid from. He didn't go to the he didn't go to it's not an intellectual property. He doesn't have a license for it or nothing. He's not getting no money out of this. And he came in here being dusty. So I just want to say we have to nip those type of things in the butt. We can't let people come in and just be dusty, bring their dusty behavior, their single mama behavior, project behavior, come in here and bring that energy here because we're being productive over here. And soon as we start being productive, people start projecting what's going on in their personal life. They come in here and they do that same thing. They start projecting. And then you have that. I'm not going to call her Mammy, but she had Mammy talking points telling us not to go back and forth and not to be divisive. No, I'm not being best friends with no coon. I'm not being best friends with no dusty
Nigga,
nigga. I'm not
who was that?
I'm not I'm not being best friends with no Mammy. I'm good. You stay over there. I stay over here. I'm with the B1s. I'm with the FBAs. That's who I allow to speak. That's why I want to hear. That's who I want to hang with. I want to have pizza with you. I want to go to dinner with you. That's the people I want to hang with. I'll end it there.
Thank you very much for that. You know, and speaking of which, the same person who came up here and asked if I was jacking his style or jacking his question, he's in the room with the same op that I've been warning you guys about, and they made a whole space dedicated to hating on me. Now, what does that tell you? He's in the room probably hating on me because I have more people in he has 13 people in his room, by the way. And I'm not saying that to say, look how great of a person I am, look how much people are in this room, but real recognize real. And he's hating on me because I exposed him and now his numbers are dropping off because he had about 30 people. Now he has half the people. But with that being said, no name.
Yes, it's brother No Name Nino. First time ever on Twitter. Uh, really quickly, I want to shout out my brother Dewan B in the chat, man. Dewan B be lacing me with some good game on his YouTube channel on Hotepish. Y'all look that up, man. Shout out Dewan B. Uh, really quickly, I just want to address what Vovo was saying, and I understand what Vovo was saying. I really do, because like brother FBA Antonio pointed out, Neely Fuller pretty much says, like, when somebody calls you a nigga, the first thing you need to ask them is, okay, now what? That's what Neely Fuller says. And I totally understand that. But I also agree with, I forget who said it, so I apologize if I can't remember who you are. But somebody else made a good point where they stated where words lead to actions. Remember the KKK was once a joke at one point. It was all one big joke at one point until they started lynching niggas. You know what I'm saying? And I see it like this. If I see somebody online saying the word nigga, whatever, I'm gonna call it out. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think we should let it slide. But nor do I think that we should get up in arms and become so emotional that we allow our emotions to dictate our actions. We still need to act accordingly. But the same, I think, if anything, we need to act like how the small hats act. The juicy folks. If you know, you know. I don't want to say their names on here because that's how tight their circle is. If you even say their names, you get flagged. Y'all know who I'm talking about. But we need to start moving like them. They got to a point now where any type of criticism directed towards them is considered being anti-Semitic. We need to have that same mentality. We need to be just as protective of our name, our culture, and our race and our people as they are. You know what I'm saying? The minute somebody says some anti-black shit, they need to be treated. They need to be treated the same way the small hats would. We need to shame them to the point where, hey, you're going to learn your lesson and not do that again. You're going to think twice before ever addressing us in that way again. And another thing, I see old people always talk about some way, y'all call each other the N-word or whatever. Well, guess what? The N-word means the same thing no matter who says it, no matter if it has an A at the end or an ER at the end. If it's nigga or nigger, it means black victim of white supremacy. So, of course, if I, as a black victim of white supremacy, says it to another person, say, what up, my nigga? That's me saying, what up, my my fellow black victim of white supremacy. But if it's a white person who says it, they call me a nigga or a nigger, they are acknowledging that they are the victimizer. So context does indeed matter. And no, just if we don't stop saying it does not mean that that word is going to disappear. That we don't use the word Jareer, but there's fucking Arabs that call us that. We don't use the word Akata, but there's West Africans that call us that. So get out of your mind that, oh, they only call us that because we call each other that. No, we only call each other that because that's what they called us. Let's make that very clear. And like somebody else said, if you direct it towards me, I'm going to perceive that as a threat. And like I said, I practice my Second Amendment rights and I practice self-defense. I am not about to attack anybody unprompted. But if I feel like my life is threatened and you calling me that as a victimizer of white supremacy is me perceiving that as a threat, I will act accordingly. And so I just want to make that very clear. So again, I understand what Vovo was saying. Like, yeah, we shouldn't get to the point where some white girls video go viral of them saying nigger, and we like, oh my god. No, we should no. Keep calm, cool, and collected. Let's go ahead and get their names, their information, and report them. And then when we report them and nothing happens, then we act accordingly. We take it even further from there. Okay, who is the administrator in that is above them, that is in a position to address their their racist remarks? Oh, they're not doing nothing? Okay, then you're not doing your job, so you need to get the fuck up out of there. And we need to find somebody else that will do the job appropriately. So I actually agree with Vovo to a certain extent, but I also agree with people that says they're not going to sit there and just allow someone to call them that to their face either. And I'll park the car in the garage right there.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. This brand new speaker, such a great speaker. I'm glad we have him on. Very very nice to meet you, sir. Meeting you for the first time.
Likewise. Somebody keeps asking me, are you Nino Black? I don't know who Nino Black is. I am no name Nino. I don't know who Nino Black is. Made that very clear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a great brother. I'll just say that. It's a shame that he's gone. It's a shame that he is completely gone, so nobody in the space knows where he is. But Vovo, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna end with this. I like when my brother said this. We want equal rights and we want equal lefts too. You just gonna have to get mad at me because I'm putting that in my stuff. I'm using that. We want equal lefts too. It's equal lefts too. Now words hurt them too. They human beings too. See, I look back in these people's history. So when they call me nigger or wherever you want to do it, see how we feel so freely saying that, and we not worried about our spaces being blocked or knocked down. But when I start saying they stuff, y'all stop me and say, no, don't say that because they listening. That's because we not like my brother said, no name. This new gentleman in the room said no name, said he practices Second Amendment rights. I practice my First Amendment rights too. I got stuff for them too. I got words for them too. See, I understand that words hurt them too. And now I know their history. I look back in their history. I look back at their culture, and I know what hurt them too. I know I got words for them too. So when they call me the N-word, I'm looking back at my history. All of our greatest people was called that. That's our curse. That's who we are. So that don't bother me. That don't hurt me. And like we said, we practice self-defense. I done been in 4 fights in my life, physical confrontations with white people about that word. So I've been swinging about that word. I've been swinging about that, and it was never with the ER at the end. I was checking them about the nigga shit. You don't say nigga.
Did you go to school around a lot of white people, Vovo?
No. All my fights was in jail about that word. In jail. I didn't go to school around no bunch of white people. Probably like 2 years I went to school with them white folks. But other than that, that was and I done been in 4 fights in my life about the N-word. In jail, some wannabe down ass white boys. You know what I'm saying? We got words for them too, y'all. Words hurt them too. That's what I'm trying to tell my people. Now, you ain't never supposed to take no disrespect. That's not what I'm saying. Take no disrespect. I said that earlier. If you coming to challenge me as a man, I'm gonna challenge you back. If you challenging me as a human being, I'm gonna challenge you back. But the fact that we so hurt about this word, I know it's a lot of pain attached to that. It is. I got pain attached to that too, and they understand that. But you gotta understand that words hurt them too. They human beings too. I got big stuff. I was trying to say the stuff, but I know that we got to play the Twitter game and all that, so I can't tell y'all what to say. I want to tell you I got so much stuff for them that's gonna knock them out the water. That's the only thing they got for us,
Power
and that's
tools.
supposed to be
That's what we
like
call
the
them. Power
the
tools.
nuclear bomb for us. You said what, bro?
I said we call them power tools in case you got some trash that need to be blown away. You feel me?
Yeah, that's cool, but I got harsher stuff than that. I'm talking about like, man, I cut like a knife. I got some hard stuff for all the races. I got hard stuff. Cause you gotta understand this though, right? Like I said earlier, I'm gonna land right here. We the greatest people that ever walked this planet. All of our greats were called that word. Everybody was called that word. That's how they view us. We did more work than anybody on this planet. So when you start calling them theirs and pointing out theirs, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. So what we need to start doing is we need to start. I know that we are loving people. We don't walk around with that on our heart, but we need to start shoehorning that into our vocabulary. Words for them, bad stuff for them, and not a and not a. And I bet you that shit stop. I'm gonna land right there and I'm gonna drop down.
Brother Afro, I apologize for speaking out of turn. I just wanted to point something out to you, and this is what I wanted to say before I landed my plane. I just wanted to point out we have a Caucasian woman in the audience who is a proud Trump supporter, proud patriot, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention in case you wanted to bring her up so she can bless us with her opinion on how white supremacy is the cause of all black
What's her
issues.
name? What's her
I
name?
don't see uh, this person.
1776. 1776.
This person is I saw this I saw her in here, but I don't see her in here now.
I'm looking at her right now. I see that big
Yeah,
mayo
she's been in here
grin.
since the beginning too. She's been here like the whole night.
I would love to hear her mayo
Okay.
encrusted opinion.
Nikki, if you can see this
I,
person,
I, I just invited her. I just
okay, all
invited
right.
that person to speak. I apologize for cutting you off.
No, it's just Twitter always does this to me. I can't see certain people. I
Okay.
saw her earlier and I thought she left because I couldn't see her anymore.
What?
Because
What?
if they come in here listening, as long as they do, surely they have an opinion on the topic at hand.
What?
Surely they do.
Well,
While
I
we
did
get
invite. I did invite the person. So what we can do is just hope that Afro's phone doesn't start glitching again.
Yeah, yeah.
while
Cause you
while
know,
we while we wait on our white sister to come up, here's my thoughts on the N word. My thoughts is produce justice, whatever that means to you. Because with sorry, my bad, my guys. Our sister's here. She wants to speak. Go ahead, sister.
yes. 1776. Very interesting date, by the way. 1776. How are you? You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, please come off your speaker. 1776. Welcome. Also, welcome to our space.
Well, if she doesn't speak, then maybe she should just be removed from the room entirely because, this is
No, we don't remove
oh,
people. We don't remove people from the room.
well,
We
I
yeah,
mean,
of course we don't. We are patrons and we allow everybody to speak. You know what I'm saying?
y'all are
So
better human beings than me. I
yeah,
aspire to be
of
like
course.
you.
We're just going to. Where is she going? No, come
She
back.
just wants to be a fly on the wall. She doesn't want to talk.
Oh, something. I think it's because Twitter be messing my phone up when I'm doing my thing. So sometimes randomly just like block certain people. That's just weird too. I'm gonna have to get a new phone, y'all. That's unfortunate. These glitches are just very selective.
Our sister Ruby was making some mac and cheese and fried chicken, so she was kind of busy, y'all. So just pardon her. She getting that seasoning right. So
Anywho, I just wanted to say, family, I actually got company and I'm being very rude right now. I just wanted to chime in. I appreciate y'all having this space and holding it. I'll try to, keep listening, but I am about to step down.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
for
you,
your
thank you. And
contributions,
it was
Mr.
so nice
Star.
to meet you. So nice to meet you. But I want to get to. I definitely want to hear from certain people. So let's get to our brother. We'll go get to the hands. We'll go to promote black, and then our brother Muko.
Thank you. I appreciate having the stage again. B1 family. Shout out to the hosts. It took me a while to come back because man, they listening, man, phone glitching and all that. But also shout out to the shout out to you guys for hosting because man, this is gatekeeping at its finest. This is what we mean by putting actions behind words and actions behind our code. As far as the N word goes, I understand to an extent what you mean by using it amongst ourselves. It can be seen as another language. We invent languages, so we can change the meaning of words. However, because it's used as a representation of how they dominate us, especially in this situation with the kid, I do want to move in a different direction because we have to protect our children. And I hate the fact that our children even have to deal with things of that nature. So I say that to go back to as far as ownership. I mean, this is the time to get your kid out of the public school and get them on some online learning. I mean, this is it. It's already come out that the numbers show better when they have that environment at home to work with you and learn with you while they're doing their online work so they can get that debriefing right there in the moment. Also, as far as dealing with these schools, even if we don't want our kids on the computer and we want in person, right? I really believe that to an extent, we got to leave the South. I think they persecute us harder there because it's a more concentrated population. Whereas when you get out to other places in the country, man, you see that these people get everything for the least amount of work. We could conquer anywhere we go. And you'd be surprised how cheap it is to actually buy land once researched. If you can get people you trust B1 on code, $7,000 to $10,000. I mean, you'd be surprised how much land is available in this country in places you wouldn't expect. I mean, I even bought my land from some Arabs. White people will try to block you like they do with Tariq's museum, but if, if you go through people who not on code per se with white supremacy, you can kind of slip in there and throw that money at them, and they just like, hey, take the land. So last point I want to make is just definitely stay armed. We gotta buy black. We got women out here like Taisha Essex who sells great products. We got people out here. I know a personal company, On Point Arms. This is a federal like black brother who was a veteran, and he can distribute weapons all over the country, making online sales, and he can ship the product to you. He can ship that tool to you locally. So just shout out to the B1 family. We have the solutions. Let's just make it happen. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I do like the name. Promote black. Promote everything black. Black first.
Thank you,
Um
sir.
brother Muko, you can go ahead, brother. And then we'll
What's
get
going
to our sister Soul Snatcher. You had your hand up. Might took it down on accident. But brother Muko, you can go ahead.
what's going on, FBA fan? I just want to say to everybody, if y'all haven't purchased Nearly Full of Junior's book, all you gotta do is go to producejustice.com, get the word guide and the compensatory concept, and he deals directly with those name calls and that word nigga. You know, to me, it's just a victim of racism, white supremacy. And I had a teaching moment in Home Depot. I run my own company. I run a maintenance company and a couple other companies. And I had my son, 20-year-old, 21-year-old. And then we was in Depot and a white guy called me a nigga. And my son was ready to get in his shit. And I had to stop him. I said, see, your actions get that word power because it don't have no meaning.
You know what I'm saying? And no dictionary, it don't tell you why it's derogatory to us. And I know probably plenty of people on this space that heard this before. You know what I mean? So when we are getting upset, wasting our energy fighting over a word, what's not happening is we not fighting racism, white supremacy. You feel me? When they call you nigga, they ain't doing nothing but calling you the right thing. You're a victim of racism, white supremacy. That's why we fighting for reparations. This is something that we gotta stay codified on. I'm up here in Be More, got business Be More codified, and we sell agenda wear. And it's all about keeping us on code with how we interact with each other. You know what I mean? You got people on here, down in my man, Afro Elite. Let them say what they say. Because at the end of the day, a victim always got VGQ. You know, victims guarantee qualifications, meaning they're a victim. So they qualify to say whatever the fuck they want to say about their victimization. You feel me? Our thing is not to fight the victims of racism, white supremacy, because we all fucked up from racism, white supremacy. But our goal is to fight racism, white supremacy. All right? Not the victims. So that's all I want to say. Love y'all all.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate that. And we all are. And the thing is, I didn't really get on Nino about it because that's the way he perceives the word. You know what I'm saying? And we can't get on him because he doesn't perceive the word the way we perceive the word. Um, and there's truth to what he was saying. All of the people who was called that, those derogatory words, those are the people who have committed um some of the most historic acts in mankind. Period. Were people who were called that. So, I mean, we should be open to maybe, and I'm not saying it's not a threat. I still feel it's a threat from all non-black people. But looking at it from his perspective, I can see how, oh, well, you know what? It's a term of endearment. Also, you're gonna have to catch this left hand. So you know what I'm saying? Um, when you get up off the floor, I'm gonna tell you thank you. You can look at it from that angle because we're all victims of white supremacy. That's why it's important to have dialogue where everybody doesn't have the same opinion, everybody doesn't see the same thing from the same angle. And that way we can have a conversation. I almost can guarantee you nobody was looking at it from Nino's perspective before Nino said that. And then when Nino said that, now I wasn't even looking at it from that way. So now a bunch of people are looking at it from that way. And not saying that you necessarily agree fully, but that's just a different perspective, you know? And I appreciate our brother Nino for sharing that. But let's get to Sister Soul Snatcher.
Hey. So I feel like there was with that, with what you were just speaking on, I feel conflicted about that because there are times where I feel like, okay, this, it is giving them a lot of power, but at the same time it's the disrespect. Like they're doing it for a reason, and it's, I don't know, I feel like we're tired of taking the disrespect, so just not being able to allow that. But I also agreed, I don't remember with whoever said that earlier, I don't want to show that I am triggered emotionally. That's my thing. Like, especially online, if we're just going off. I feel like if it's in person, do what you got to do. That's all I'm going to say to that, to defend yourself. But I feel like online, I don't know. I don't feel like getting into it too much online with weirdos, people hiding behind names. Like I feel like it's exhausting as black people to just kind of keep giving them that emotional response that they do seek for. So that's where I kind of stand on that. And earlier I came on, I just wanted to bring attention to the thing I shared earlier,
And
that
the
you were speaking
Jumbotron.
on. Yeah. You mentioned a lot of it, but that thread is kind of like filled with a lot of the medical reasons. But I'm in the social work field, so I wanted to bring that perspective as well. Another reason why we don't trust that system. I mean, I can't even get into that because it's so deep. Like, just from the very beginning, all these systems were not made in place to support black people. So now it's just, and they use them, not just that they weren't made for us, but they made them to be against us, you know. So it's hard for us to kind of go into trusting those systems, even though they're supposed to be there to quote unquote help us. It's very hard to trust the people that are behind those systems and those places to kind of like quote unquote help us. So I feel like a way that we can do that is having our own people involved in advocating for our own selves. So I just kind of wanted to talk, because we always online talking about the mental health piece part, and we don't understand how, you know, the lack of trust that we have even in that part. So I just kind of wanted to bring attention to that as well.
And I'm glad you did, because mental health is something definitely that can be traced back to white supremacy. What people don't know is actually you can have mental health issues, and that can actually be genetic. You can actually have genetic trauma passed down to you. A lot of
Yeah,
people don't
cell. It's
understand that.
called cell memory, right? It's called cell. It's cell memory.
Yeah,
It's like remember
yeah,
being traumatized. Yeah.
It literally changes your DNA, like, and passed down to generations and generation.
exactly. If people don't know, I feel like I know a little bit more about like the medical field than the average person. I'm not saying any of you, but than the average person. When a woman is pregnant, certain things happen. She has to be very careful for the health of her baby. When she's pregnant and she's going through a lot of stress, that stress can take a toll on the health of the child, and certain things can be passed down through the child. That's why when you see a pregnant woman, she might get some type of craving for, I don't know, whatever, peanut butter or chocolate or whatever it might be, and then the baby has a weird sensation with that thing, because certain things that the mother goes through can get passed down through the child while she's pregnant. Not only that, two traumatized parents, they can't, how functional and healthy can they raise a household with a bunch of children in the country that we're living in under white supremacy? All of these things trace back to white supremacy, every single last one, from the health aspect, from our physical health to our mental health. All of it traces back. And I thank you for sharing that. I definitely did bookmark that this thread you have here, so I appreciate you sharing that.
No problem.
I want to hear what our brother Rich has to say.
Yeah. So my thoughts on the N word. I don't believe there's a right or wrong answer because everybody raised some excellent points. Like what Nino said, I never even thought about it like that. Like the way we should treat it, the way the you know what's treated, the small hats and the moist crews treated. That's a good point. But at the same time, you're a victim.
Hold on. I
Did
don't
I
think.
accidentally do that?
Yeah,
I
I
may
think
have.
you did that.
I'm sorry. I scrolled too much. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, Nikki don't want to hear me talking, so she muted me,
I'm
guys.
sorry,
But
Rich.
but yeah, so I don't believe there's a right or wrong answer because like I said, Nino raised excellent points. But at the same time, when you're a victim of white supremacy, I can't tell you how to react to it. You get what I'm saying? So if you want to get up and go crip walk on one of them, them people, then that's you want to do that, then go ahead. I can't tell you, oh, don't do that because that's how you feel. You're a victim. I'm a victim. You a victim. I in my opinion, my answer is produce justice. Whatever justice is to you. If justice to you means contacting the owner, the CEO of your company and letting them know that one of the coworkers call you the N-word and getting them fired, if that's justice to you, then produce justice. If crip walking on top of their faces and leaving your Timberland marks on their face, if that's justice to you, produce justice. I can't tell you, what's right or what's wrong. I think both is good actually. Whichever way whatever is gonna produce justice, I'm for it. On some days you might say to me, and I don't even feel like going back and forth with you, but you might catch me on a day where I'm pissed off and we gonna move some furniture. So it all depends with me. Like one day I might be relaxed, I'm calm. I'm from New York, right? I remember the first time I left New York and I went to Pennsylvania. And as you know, there's no Confederate flags in New York City. That's more of a down south thing. The first time I seen a Confederate flag, I literally told my cousin, I'm going to go get my Kit Kat and I'm going to put little, holes inside of that Confederate flag, if you guys know what I mean. And that was my reaction because I wasn't used to seeing Confederate flags being flown around anywhere. But who is anybody to tell me that's wrong or right? I'm a victim. That's how I feel, and that's how I felt on that day, and that's what I wanted to do. But like I said, there's no right or wrong to it. If you feel like calling the HR and letting HR know that someone called you the N word, if that's how you produce justice, go ahead. If you want to wait, wait outside your job and do your thing out there, you know what I mean? Do it. Whatever floats your boat. Just produce justice. That's the most important thing. Produce justice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Produce justice. Well, now, whatever you have to use proper judgment, but I can't tell you what to do and what not to do. But as a person, as an adult who has proper judgment, what you feel needs to be done, that's probably what needs to be done. I want to get to King James, FBA, Antonio, uh, and then Vovo.
Somebody named Smooth just came on stage. Too. He's just his profile checks out, I guess.
Okay,
Just
all right. King James.
Yeah, I'm coming in clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I just it's kind of late over here. I'm in New York myself too. Just wanted to say thank you to the family and good night to everybody. I hope everybody's safe, man. Afro, thank you so much for letting me get in and let me talk. Um, I hope everybody's doing well. I usually catch you on your YouTube. I listen to you a lot on YouTube. You and Torian. So I never gotten a chance to actually talk to you here on Twitter before. But much love to you, brother, and thank you to everybody in the room, and shout out to everybody. I hope everybody has a great day,
Thank you very much, brother. I really appreciate that. Um, and I appreciate your support on YouTube as well. I'm glad you were able to catch me here. If you guys speaking on my YouTube is in my bio. My YouTube is in my bio, so just click the link, click my profile, and in my bio you can go to my YouTube. And once again, thank you for supporting and thank you for supporting this Twitter space. I appreciate it, your contributions. Let's get to FBA Antonio.
I had to come back one more time on that topic, man. B1 to the room once again. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just hop straight into it. I ain't gonna need 2 or 3 minutes, just a minute. Born and raised in Detroit, or I'm sorry, born in Detroit, raised in Inkster. It's a suburb of Detroit. It's predominantly black, which my city, actually, you come out to my city, man, I'll show y'all where Malcolm X lived because he had to commute from here to get down to the mosque that he ran in Detroit before he was promoted to running a mosque down there in New York. So, you know what I'm saying? That's where I'm from. And on another note, our sister Rosa Parks also lived out here for a short period of time too. But that's Inkster. Inkster was a city created when Henry Ford came up with I'm right by the Dearborn. Dearborn is where Henry Ford made Ford cars. That's where he made his plant. And we're known as the Motor City in Detroit. Black people were excluded from moving into the suburb of Dearborn. Inkster was created for people that had to commute from Detroit. And if you couldn't get to work like that, you had to come land here because I'm only like 10 minutes away from Dearborn. That's where I'm at. It's a black city. It's small. We still out here. There's a sundown town. Sundown towns was being mentioned earlier, man. I'm in the year 2000, Livonia, Michigan. Livonia, Michigan is 15 minutes away from me. Was the whitest city in America in the year 2000 for the population, any population over 100,000. for a city. So when you talk about sundown towns, bro, they was blocking you from driving through there. When we were young, we had to take our hats off and shit in the car, bro. 4 deep. Y'all, some might know how that shit go. Gotta take your hat off, bro, because they'll pull your ass over regardless. Period. You look like a quote unquote thug. You know they got their code words. They're gonna pull you over, bro. They're gonna run your name. They're gonna do everything they got to do. That ain't even my point though. My point that I want to hop on was this nigga topic and stuff like that. I respect the OGs that come up in here, man. I don't know you, I don't follow you yet, but brother, I think his name is Moko from Baltimore. You know what I'm saying? He spit game like an OG. He got a son. He got businesses. He trying to produce justice through the way that he do it, and also, you know what I'm saying, he passing generational wealth down to his kids. You know, so I should salute you for that. You know what I'm saying? And I got a I think it's Volvo. You know what I'm saying? I was listening to you when you caught up in the current slave system and all that, and the way that you perceive the word nigga, or with the ER on it, or what, you know, however they say it, when it's a non-black person saying it, the way that you go about it. And I commend y'all because y'all following the code. The code. Neely Fuller gave that code to us in Pitsatory Code Sense of Concept. You know what I'm saying? How to combat racism and white supremacy. They did work in the 70s and prior to that. They did work for us to understand that now, and that's why we're talking about it now. And I'm trying to get there. So I'm kind of on the side of other brothers, like y'all mentioned Nino and things like that, and other brothers. Um,
We
you
didn't
know what I'm
mention
saying?
no, we didn't mention Nino.
I
You're
heard it.
talking about somebody new who's not Nino. You're
Right.
talking
My
about
bad.
somebody
Yeah,
totally different.
you
Yeah.
got it. That's some whoever that brother is that stepped in here, man. He sounded like somebody I knew. I don't. That dude was cool, but you know what I'm saying? I'm saying this though. I ain't there yet. You know what I'm saying? I ain't there yet. And that can be a flaw on me. That can be a flaw on me. So with 20 seconds left, I just say this: I'm still learning, and that's what Neely Fuller Jr. always say every
And,
time he get on the hop on the jack.
Antonio, I want to respond to you. This is why I said produce justice, whatever that means to you. So if
You
it
feel
means if it means doing what you usually do, then
me?
do it, brother. Because look, we're not in that age anymore, in that time anymore where we don't do nothing. We're in the age, we're in the time, us millennials, most of us in here are millennials, but some of us are generation X or whatever. But we're in this a time where we're no longer sitting there and not doing anything. So
That
it's okay if you're not about that life. Because if you're not about that life, pick up the phone call and call HR. But we're not in that age anymore where you're not gonna do nothing. You're just gonna sit there and be like John Lewis and get your ass whooped. We don't do
Oh
that
no
anymore.
no 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 no! You got me wrong. I
No, no,
no
no,
no
no, no.
no.
I'm not saying
I'm
you.
about
I'm not.
your life. Oh yeah,
No,
I'm
no, no,
about the life you own. I'm on that.
no, 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 no. I'm not saying
Yeah.
you. I'm saying in
Oh
general.
yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Got
yeah. I'm saying
you. My dog.
we're no longer just sitting there doing nothing. We're doing something.
Yeah,
We're
it's
either
something different.
we're either gonna crip walk on your face or
You
we're gonna
hear me?
call HR.
Hey,
That's
whichever
it.
way gonna produce justice. Whichever
Yeah.
we trying to produce justice.
Yeah,
That's what we
so
on.
yeah, so don't. It's okay if you still on that type of time. Don't feel ashamed. No, if that's what you the
Yeah,
type of time you on. You're a victim of white supremacy. You're allowed to release your frustrations whichever way you feel.
respectfully. I
Because
put that on
Can
there
I
like
real quick?
respectfully. With was and I just say this: you hold your horses, I hold mine. That's word to any white supremacist or suspected one. You suspect it, you good. If you
Can I
confirm that in front of me, you dig what it is. Be one, bro. You know.
can I say this right? I'm not saying don't do nothing though. That ain't what I'm saying. Like I said,
Nope.
I done punched on these people for saying it with the A at the end.
I don't. But
I don't even play
Vo-
like that. I don't even play like that with them.
Volvo.
I ain't taking your
Yeah,
stripes, bro.
Volvo.
No,
You
hold
I
got
on.
them.
Let
don't.
me
I
say
don't
this,
You
think.
right?
got them, bro. You
Hold
got
on.
'em.
Hold on. I don't think anybody was responding to you specifically. They're just responding to the concept of the word in general. I don't think anybody's saying that you wouldn't say. I think now everybody knows that Vovo wasn't saying we should just let it slide. But what he's saying is he does see, and I will back him up on this. I see people overreacting when they see some white girl at a party posted on their Snapchat. I'm like, oh my God, I see them overreacting. What you do is you handle the situation and produce justice. You don't react to it. You just handle it
And,
how you
and
see fit.
and guess what? Sometimes you're not gonna be able to produce justice. Sometimes you're just in a situation where you can't do anything. Like our brother Muko, he said he was in Home Depot. Sometimes you're not gonna be able to do anything. Sometimes you're just gonna have to let it slide. That don't make you a COON. No, that doesn't make you that. It's just certain situations. It just is nothing you could do about it. But that's why it's important. We got to get in a mind state where all this, oh, I'm not calling the cops. No, call the cops when it's time to call the cops. In the hood, they call that snitching. When I was in the streets, I used to call that snitching too. But when you're a grown man, when you understand you in a system of white supremacy, you got to use everything because they use everything. Use everything. There's nothing that you shouldn't use in the system of white supremacy.
But
Everything
but
must be
but
a tool.
Yeah,
when
let me
we
say
call the
this.
cops, we call the cops with the understanding that they could turn on us, even knowing that we are the ones who called the cops. That one of us could get killed. So when we call the cops, we have to be very selective about when we call the cops.
That's 100% true. And like I said, this is why I said it's just one tool in the toolbox. Because what happens is a lot of the times dudes end up in prison for things that they could have avoided. Think about it. If you're in a situation and it's about to get deadly, right? With you and someone else, you have opportunity to call the cops to let the cops know you're fearful for your life, right? And when you do that, you're letting them know whatever happens after I hang up this phone call, you know that I was trying to avoid it because I called you. Because we got black people here who be like, oh, you're a snitch if you do that. Okay, so you want me to go spend 25 years in jail for doing what I'm about to do when I possibly could avoid it if I call the cops and let them know I'm a victim here. So to answer to just rebut on what you're saying, it's a tool in the toolbox. It's on you when you want to decide when to use it. Sometimes your instincts might tell you not to call, but sometimes you might be like, "Damn, I gotta make this phone call." But we
And
gotta use all tools.
I want to piggyback. Thank you, brother Rich. I want to piggyback off of what you said. Um, George Zimmerman is a perfect example of this. He's an absolutely perfect example. He called the cops, and then he did. Now we're not gonna say he did what he had to do. He called the cops, and then he murdered somebody. And they used the fact that, hey, I did call the cops first. You can't say I didn't call the cops. I called the cops before I did anything, and they use that as a justification. So
Great
in
point.
situations where you call the cops and then something might happen, you might have to defend yourself. And the cops come, you be all like, well, I called them. You guys just didn't get here in time. But you can't say I didn't call. So by me calling them, lets them know that I am in the defensive in this situation before anything happens. So
and
that's the
and
strategy that we could use.
exactly, and you're letting them know that you're a victim. So when you get in court, your lawyer has enough evidence like, yo, he actually called the cops at 3:29 p.m. He made the phone call. He was in danger. He wanted you guys to come soon enough, but you didn't. So he had to take matters into his own hand. I'm talking about what lawyers can use and prosecutors can use. This is why I say and I know I'm a street dude. Before I was
Smart,
what I am,
smart.
before I was what I am, I was a street dude. And if I when I was in the streets, if you told me what I'm saying now, if you told me what I'm saying now, I would have been like, you a snitch. No, 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 no. We live in a different society. You got to use all tools. Don't let dudes get in your ear and tell you, oh, calling the cops makes you a snitch, make you a rat. We're in a system of white supremacy. All tools must be used. Neely Fuller talks about that. Matter of fact, Neely Fuller says there's no such thing as snitching. And when you really think about it, there really is no such thing as snitching because when you inform people that need to be informed about things that happen, that's how you produce justice. When you sit back and don't want to say nothing about situations that happen, then justice is not produced. So Neely Fuller, as much as I when I was reading, I'm like, damn, I gotta agree with him. I don't want to agree with him because I'm a no snitch type of guy, but he's 100% right. No snitching policy that doesn't produce justice, because when you tell the truth, the people who produce justice are you give them a chance to produce justice. But if somebody doesn't know what happened, how could you produce justice? Go ahead.
Can I say this real fast? Like I ain't there yet either. If we in Home Depot and I'm with my son and you do something like that, to violate it like that, I'm gonna use every tool in the toolbox. And Home Depot got a lot of tools. It's a lot of tools in Home Depot. I'm just gonna use. I know that we gotta play the Twitter game. I'm gonna use a tool. I'm gonna use every tool, the closest tool to me, to produce the justice that I need. I'm not there yet either. You violate me like that anywhere, I'm gonna use whatever tool is around me. I carry tools with me on purpose. That's why I carry these tools with me on purpose for stuff like this. And let me just land right here. Just look at the history of the word, bro. Real fast, Afro. The history of the word. There has never been a bad person called that word. If you look at it, even in the Bible, you might not believe in the Bible, but the Bible is thousands of years old. That word is in the Bible, and that wasn't a derogatory term when they spoke of those men that was called the N word in the Bible. Those were intelligent, brilliant men that people looked to for advice. They were priests and prophets in the Bible called the N word. So don't, like, what I'm saying is this: don't get all bent out of shape about that shit. Don't get all bent out of shape about that. They know they got you with that, and I'm gonna leave it right there.
Uh, okay, there's some new people to the stage. Um,
Mhm.
but there were some people who already had their hands raised. I'm trying to figure out who was next. Was it the black pragmatist who had what was next?
Yeah, okay. So here's we'll go with the black pragmatist. Then we'll go with I want to hear from the new people, so we'll go to Smooth G, and then I want to hear from we'll go with black pragmatist, Smooth G, um, promote black, brother Moko, and then Cadillac. What your name down here? Marquita, I believe. Do you yeah, okay, you can have your hand up. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We will go with the Black Pragmatist, Smooth G, Marquita, so we can get the new people, hear new perspectives. Then we'll go with Promote Black Cadillac, Promote Black Brother Muko and Cadillac. So Black Pragmatist, you got it.
Thank you.
And we're initiating the timer again. Okay.
Okay, cool. I
All
won't
right,
be
here we
long.
go.
Um, I wanted to get back to the topic, and I had like a question I wanted to ask you, in regards to the topic, but um, uh, how is white supremacy, cause it is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? I would say yes, because white supremacy has power, wealth, and influence. They own 99% of the nation's wealth and resources and things of that nature. And, and pretty much its power is within this economy. And while we, as black people, as a group, don't, own one half of 1% of the nation's wealth and resources, leaving us at a major disadvantage and whatnot. So in this instance, this is where, we're really vulnerable as a group of people and things of that nature. But the question I wanted to ask is, I always hear this really like idiotic like talking point with the whole are we like our own worst enemies? Where I see it on Twitter where people say, well, Africans, sold Africans. That's why we're in the predicament we're in today, because they sold us into slavery and they created white supremacy. Just I hear that from the ignorance crowd. And then another talking point is that, the reason we're in this situation is because the Moors got, let the Europeans out of out of a plague, taught them how to bathe, wash, and read, taught them literature and stuff like that. So I just wanted to know, like, what would your take be on that,
Afro, if you don't mind. That's all I have.
Excuse me. Hold on. I was eating something. Hold on. I get kind of hungry in these spaces, y'all. Um,
Afro, you eating butter biscuits over there, brother?
he got the
Over
butter
there choking on
biscuit.
them butter biscuits.
No, he's eating some crackers.
Eat a protein bar, family.
John Lewis.
Okay. um, but to answer your question, I feel like that's a good question. I hear that the talking points a lot. In my opinion, I don't necessarily, as far as the Africans selling black people into slavery, that is something that has happened, and that's something that shouldn't be ignored. And the worst part about that is that the Africans never went back to save some of the people that they sold off into slavery. And on top of that, what makes that worse in today's current time is not only did they sell us, um, they're not even making it easy for us to come back for the ones that want to come back. They're not even allowing dual citizenship. So as far as the selling, I do hold that against them. If you know your ancestors sold my ancestors, you should be trying to fix their mistake by allowing dual citizenship in whatever country you're in. Now, with that being said, I also look at the situation from this angle too. Back during that time, I mean, because this was hundreds of years ago, back during that time, slavery was really synonymous with just indentured servitude. Pretty much the concept of somebody being your slave for their entire life, and then any offspring they had was your slave, and that person would never be free, and that person has no human rights whatsoever. That was not a thing prior to European transatlantic slave trade. So a lot of the Africans who did sell some of their and they sold indentured service, and that was something that used to happen in the world as well. If I had somebody who owed me a debt, I could save that. I could sell that person to another person. Um, and that was just something that used to happen back in the day. And then that person has to work their debt off with you. You know, we even have that today with debt collectors, so to speak. The Africans, and there was books written about this. The concept of slavery that FBA has gone through was so new to the world, really. Um, the Africans didn't know fully exactly what they were getting into when they did that with the Europeans. Nobody, like our brother Vovo said, nobody could really comprehend the satanistic brutality of the Europeans until they actually had encounters with them. So I can't really, as far as what we've been through, I don't really hold that part against them because during that time, you wouldn't think anybody would do something as inhumane as feeding babies to alligators. You wouldn't think that. That wouldn't even cross your mind because that was not going on prior to that. You wouldn't think of hanging somebody and cutting off their genitals. You wouldn't think of doing that to a person. Africans weren't doing that to other Africans, even their African slaves. So I don't hold that against them. What I do hold against them is the Africans there today, they should be working for dual citizenship to fix the mistake. Because whether they meant to do it or they didn't, it was a mistake that their ancestors did. And that they should be working to correct that mistake. And unfortunately, a lot of them are not doing that. So if they want to fix that mistake, they can show that by creating a path to dual citizenship. So I'll say that. What was your next question?
Oh, you talking to me? Oh, that
Yeah,
was it. It was pretty much the same thing. Like with the Moors, helping the Europeans getting out of poverty, the Black Death, and some people say, well, that's how they created white supremacy, and really for real, just like
yeah,
plebiscite Babel. This is
yeah,
why
yeah.
we're in the
Okay.
situation we're in right now. But I mean, that's pretty much what it was.
Yeah, okay, okay. I heard that talking point too. And to piggyback off of what I just said, um, the Europeans the Caucasians have introduced such a demonic element to the world that the world was not ready for, the world was not used to. You think when somebody saves your life that you would be appreciative and accepting of that, of those people who did that to you. Nobody was used. I mean, if you see somebody choking at a restaurant and you rush to help them, give them CPR, and that person becomes like a school shooter, you wouldn't expect that. You, as being a good person, and this is somewhat our fault as Black people. Some is it's a good thing and a bad thing. Our people have been so humane. Our people have such humanity inside of us that too often we project that to other people. And we project that, we think that, okay, this is the humane thing to do, so I will do the humane good thing and you will do the humane good thing. But we were not ready for the inhumanity of the Europeans. So I don't even really fault the Moors for doing that. They were doing what they believed good people should be doing. You see people struggling, you see people going through a plague, you see people going through disease and hardship, and you have a cure to that, then okay, I will help you. They didn't know that that started the chain reaction to the world's greatest evil. Now, I'm sure if they did know that, they would have let those dirty, filthy Europeans die off. But of course, at that point, the amount of evil in the world was not present, or that type of evil from that group of people was not present at that time. So they wouldn't have seen that. There was no foresight in their decisions because they were unused to that. The world was really unused to white supremacy or any type of racial supremacy at that point. So that was my answer to that question.
Afro, I wanted to ask a question about the dual citizenship. I don't have all the facts, but I wanted to know if it's really just the African countries or if it's also America, because I know coming from Haiti, they do not allow dual citizenship. Like that's just on the American side. So I don't know if it's the same with other countries. Just wanted to clarify on that. I'm not sure if you know.
So are you saying that Haitians don't have dual citizenship to Africa?
We do not, or America. When we had to come here, as we do not have, we had to drop that and just be Americans, be
Mm,
considered Americans.
okay. Well, let me briefly, and I will piggyback off of that. I believe that it should, if that's the motherland, well, then we should have dual citizenship to the motherland. Okay. Now, this is as an FBA person, this is my people's land. If I had dual citizenship, I might go over there, build a house, build a foundation over there, but this is my people's land and I don't intend on leaving it, to be honest. But we should have that option regardless. And so should our other brothers and sisters from the Caribbean diaspora have that option regardless, despite the fact that Haiti is your land and you should stay there and you should stay proud of Haiti or Jamaica or whatever. That is your land. And just like this land, America, this is my people's land and I plan on staying here. Um, if that's the motherland, if Africa is the motherland, then we need the people over there to create avenues of dual citizenship. Now, America, on Black Foundational Black Americans, we're the minority, and we have fought for other people to come over here because there was a certain point in time when nobody was able to come over here. So we fought for all Black people to come over here. As far as dual citizenship goes, that's something that's really not in our control. We've fought to the best of our ability, you know, for other groups of people to come over here. Really selfishly, we fought for other groups of people to come over here. So I didn't necessarily know that about the dual citizenship in America. I didn't know that aspect. But to say about the aspect of Haitians going back to the motherland, if you're a Haitian or Jamaican and you feel like, hey, I want to have dual citizenship, I feel like that is your right to have. I feel like all Black people should have that option. Now, whether you stay in your homeland or not, then that's your choice. That would be my choice. But you should have that option. Okay, and that is one of the things that the African people need to do to start correcting their mistakes of their ancestors. And that's my opinion on that. Let's get to Smooth G.
What's up? What's up? I'm another brother that's from Detroit, another Detroit native, and I blame 99.9% on white supremacists. You know, like don't get me wrong, we got our coons and we got our dusty ass people, but we gotta handle that in house. We don't got to do like some of these coons be on the news. What about black on black crime ass talk? And far as me piggybacking off the cop thing, you know what I mean. We gotta understand like the white supremacists has evaded that. You got hate groups all up in the police system. The it was a sister, a young sister, that called the police. She ended up getting shot by them same cops. Because it ain't no equal thing at all. Where you got hate groups, this in law, they only got one mission, exterminate the niggas, attack the niggas. That's their whole mission. So whether they work in law or in the hospitals, as black people, we always got to know, you know what I mean? Them is the odds against us, you know. And I think it's time. It's a time where we got to, put the cameras down because they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Eh, they see race like it get to the point where I think some black people try to make white people see racism. They see it. They created the shit. You know, we got to get on code. At one time the cops couldn't even come on certain blocks. We got to just get back like that. Stand strong. We don't need everybody with us because we know everybody gonna be down. Some people scared, and the cost of freedom is death. I die for my family. I die for my kids. I die for my wife. That's just how I am. It's in my nature. I can't watch them have like pain on them. You kill my kids, I'm gonna try to blow up a police station. You kill my wife, I'm gonna try to kill a cop. That's just how I am.
all right, brother.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was about to say, I'm looking through the DMs. I was about to say,
That boy from
I,
Detroit,
I,
man.
the energy you mean. I know what you mean. You mean that all of your actions are complete self-defense. I know that's what you meant to say, right? Facts.
Always, all because I'm a peaceful man. But if
Yeah,
you
of
attack my
course.
family,
If you
defend that.
attack your family, you will defend your family by the means necessary to defend them because you are the defender, not the aggressor, right?
Exactly. But yeah,
Right, and he's done. He's pretty much done talking. Can we move to the next person? Go, Afro, because
Yeah, I
he
was about to.
saying
As far as
stuff
the
like that.
timer, I've been trying to be very lenient, but because I let it go a little bit past time. But yeah, I appreciate you, brother. But let's get to some of the new people, and then if you stay on, we can cycle back to you. But I want to get to Marquita. Is
Hi,
that how you
good
before
evening,
before we go? Is
everyone.
that how you
It's
pronounce your name?
Marquita.
Marquita. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's That's no problem. Good evening, everybody. Co-host, I see you, Nikki. How are you? Um, just really quick, I'll answer the question that I wanted to share something with you guys. I'm a little nervous, but I'll share it with you. The question was, how is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? Well, I mean, I feel as though his prints are all over the weapon, the murder weapon. So that's how I feel he's responsible and the cause, because his prints are on the weapons that were used to implement the system that is oppressing us today, to answer the question. And then I just wanted to share something with you guys. Don't laugh. Don't laugh at me. Um, it's a very short poem, and then I'll move on. I see
Mute your
beautiful,
mic, Smooth.
I see beautiful flowers here spread through black power. The love and pain, hunger for what's right, for what's ours. The black faces are horrible cases. The white man's faces set in awe of our black man's paces. As he steps forward, our black woman, as she steps forward. Through the horror caused by the white man's claws, we triumph over the words of hate. We come together to build in this peaceful space. Our beautiful flowers spread words of love and black power.
through the ethers, our ancestors smile upon us on this warm spring day. Yeah, I like that. Beautiful flowers. Ashe. Peace, family. I just wanted to share that with you all. And
Thank you
see
so
all
much.
you
It was
beautiful,
I
beautiful.
beautiful
appreciate that.
flowers
That
here.
was beautiful, sis.
That was lovely.
Thank you so much. You guys, y'all have a great night. I'm just going to listen. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you. And I know you felt nervous. I know you did. And I respect the fact that you had courage enough to come here and recite that beautiful poem. I really do. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I'm very nervous about my work, but I really appreciate you guys listening. And thank you, Black Power.
Be one, sister. Okay, and let's get to our brother Ramon.
Yeah, what's up, Afro?
How you doing, bro?
You was talking about how like the black culture, how we just accept other races and all this mentality. I mean, that kind of was instilled with us with slavery. It's kind of like a mentality of us to do, like to always be accepting other races, accept people, and that we're inferior. So I think that's happening today just because of the psychological like slavery, like you were saying, like the guy was talking about family, seeing your family killed and murdered, and you really couldn't do much about it. And I think that's like has a psychologically effect on us. And I think that a lot of blacks internally think they like inferior that do that. They just upset people, and you know, it don't matter what they say or anything. They let them say the N word and all that. I think that that's a just a sign that you have like low self esteem in yourself, and you don't really care about black culture and black history. And it's just disgusting when you let these like coons all the N word and it's not the hard R. I'm not trying to let no one say that the N word. Basically, that means just you inferior every time you saying something. So I wanted you to know. I wanted you to get your say your opinion on that.
Um, that's a good point you made. There was a study done. I forget exactly where it was done. There was 100 ACT students, black ACT students, around the same grades. They would get the same scores on all of the tests. The experiment went. They split the test up into 50, and the students didn't know they were in the experiment. They split the test up, and 50% of them they had the exact same test. All they had to do was write their name, their date of birth, and then they took the test. The other 50% had to write their name, their date of birth, and then state their race, and then they took the test. Now, mind you, all of these tests are the exact same test. And what the study found it was that the students that wrote their race down performed poorly in the test. The students that had to say that they were black before they took the test did worse than the students that didn't have to say that, despite the fact that the students are all around the same level of intelligence. But every single student that said that they were black pretty much did worse than the student that didn't have to say that, which which actually is one of the ways white supremacy has affected us, because we do have this stigma of ignorance. We do have this stigma of inferiority. When we say black, we subconsciously, it's not a conscious thing, and we're consciously fighting against it. But the study shows, not just that one, that's just the one off the top of my head, but that study shows that a lot of black people, especially the ones that don't have knowledge of self, do have an inferiority complex. We do feel like that we're inferior in comparison to other races, which is one of the things, one of the reasons why black people have been so desperate to help other races of people, so needy and so clingy to other races of people and other people's culture, because subconsciously we believe that they're better than us. We want to be accepted by other races of people, because subconsciously we believe that we're inferior to them, which is why I constantly have to keep telling black people we are all we need. Don't think that you're inferior. Don't think that you're less than, or that you're less intelligent, less capable of doing anything that any other non-black person has done. You're in fact very much so, more so. Okay? Everything came from us. We stem everything that's successful. Everything that is successful in this world has either originated from us or is influenced by us. Okay, and all facts can prove that. There's nothing in this world that's pretty much been successful without us being participants in it. No invention, no culture, no um system of no nothing at all. So to piggyback off of that, I feel like that is some of the trauma and the damage that white supremacy has done to us. And what's so bad about this is that that's at a subconscious level where black people are growing up, black girls are seeing white girls in the commercials and they're thinking that that's what beauty looks like. That's what good hair is supposed to look like. You got black people growing up and unfortunately wanting to bleach their skin, wanting to have lighter skin because they believe that their dark skin is ugly. They believe that their big lips or big nose is ugly. You know,
Let me add to this, Afro, if you don't mind.
go ahead.
Um, I want to say this about foundational Black Americans. You guys are the leaders of Black people globally. You guys are the leaders. You guys determine the fate of Black people. You guys determine the culture. You guys determine what goes on in every Black household around the world. So the minute you start realizing your power, you get more powerful. This is why you have hip hop and everybody is claiming hip hop but Black Americans. Why? Because Black Americans create things and just leave it there. They just put it on the table and walk away. No, you got to start claiming everything you create, claiming everything you lead, every single thing you do, you have to create and co-sign it, put your stamp on it. Because you guys are the leaders of Black people globally. Whatever you do, the rest of the world does. And not only that, I'm gonna go deeper and say, not only foundational Black Americans, but foundational Black American grassroots are the biggest leaders. You guys, whatever you guys say you want, the Black celebrities will do. Remember, Black celebrities were never saying support Black businesses. It's not until the grassroots Black folks started saying support Black businesses, then they started saying it. So we got to do the same thing on the grassroots level. We got to start controlling what goes on with these Black celebrities, who they link up with, the money they spend, the real estate agents they hire, the publicists they hire. We got to start getting next to them and controlling them, because right now the dominant society controls them. But Black Americans, you guys are the leaders. The grassroots, you got remember, you are the one in you guys are the ones in the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods that you're in, that's where all the creation happens. Then it goes to the Black celebrities. But it first starts in the hood. It first starts in the communities. The good food that's being created, the language that's being taught, the style, the fashion. If you've been in New York City, or if you're from New York City, Harlem, Dapper Dan. So all these things happen by the grassroots Black folks. That's who makes things poppin'. So understand how important you are. This is why you see, in white society, they understand this. This is why you have the dustiest person in white society enforcing the code, the white supremacist code. Why? Because they understand how important it is for everybody to push the line. No matter if you make 30,000 a year, 40,000 a year, push that line. Push that Black empowerment line. Put your stamp on the things that you create. Claim those things. Check people. No matter where you are, you work at Amazon, McDonald's, it don't matter, because every little piece of the puzzle matters. Because if you thinking like, oh, I'm not making enough money to enforce rules, that's not true. Because if we have a puzzle here and everybody else put their piece of the puzzle, add their pieces to the puzzle, and you the only one that got your piece missing, then the puzzle doesn't look good. and your piece of the puzzle is pushing the line where you at. So if you at Amazon and they having they talking about a subject about black people, and you know they saying something that's off code or something that shouldn't be said, add your piece to the puzzle and check them, because you guys are the leaders of black society globally.
Thank you. Very powerful words. We are very influential people. I'm gonna be short with this. We're very influential people. Okay. Um, if you know if we know the history of Dr. King, after Dr. King was assassinated by the United States government, he was a lot of the laws, the voting rights laws, and all of the laws that he was fighting for got passed after his assassination, not during. If we all know the history of that, why did it get passed after? Because black people read foundational black Americans met a fed up moment. Okay, if you guys look up the Holy Week after that, black people went crazy on white supremacy, absolutely crazy. All of these marches, all of these sit-ins, all of these protests and speeches, white supremacy stood their ground. They was all like, nope, y'all not getting anything. They killed Dr. King, and then black people's all like, oh, okay. Okay, so if we're gonna play it like that, then let's go there. And in a whole week, it took years of marching and protesting, and white supremacy didn't move. The second they killed Dr. King, black people reached a level of anger that they were not ready for. And in 1 week they folded. They was like, you know what, guys? We reconsidered. Why don't you get whatever you want? Just please put the bricks down. We are very powerful people. Um, Soul Snatcher, you can go ahead, sister.
All right. This will be my last time, guys. I have so much schoolwork to do, and I've been sitting here with y'all. Um, Not a waste of time, of course, but yeah. So I feel like what you were saying earlier, Afro, something that's really important, and I feel like this is why I get frustrated when I come online and we're tearing each other apart in general. You know, with the gender war, all these, all the nasty thing that's been going on. Representation matters. You know, when we're talking about the next generation, they're looking up to us right now, and I feel like it's very important um to represent, the culture. And I know we're of different cultures, but just in general, as black people, I feel like we owe that to the next generation. And
I was trying to do something else and I accidentally muted you. I'm very sorry. Don't laugh at me. I'm
it's
sorry. Go
okay.
ahead.
I was gonna say, I just feel like it's really important that, in representation, that we need to represent for the next generation, the youth. I feel like it's that's our focus right now. And just in general, white supremacy have done a crazy job of, painting us in a certain light, and they do that well through media, obviously. And other people in other countries have access to media, and then that it gets spread across. So I feel like us taking over media and how we represent ourselves is really, really important. And I also wanted to add, in terms of the I know we kind of focus a lot on hip hop entertainment. It's important. That's the culture, right? I just feel like there is so much more to black people in general. Like, we're like resilient people. We've created a lot, especially black Americans. Like, there's a long list of things that have been created, innovated by black people. And I feel like we just need to acknowledge those things. And I don't know too much of the history of if people, FBA people, have gone back to try to reclaim those, have ownership to these things, because I know a lot of times what white people would do is, um black people create these things, white people go and take credit and have their names on it. So I feel like that's really important to go back and do that, because I feel like that's another way of, I don't know if that's another form of reparation, for black people, for black Americans. But I feel like that's really important. And I feel like, black kids, black youth, they need to see that. They need to see all these other things that we've created and that we've done that are so powerful, aside from, hip hop, entertainment, and sports and things like that. So I just wanted to end with that, and I hope everyone had a good night. This has been a great conversation.
You have a good night too. I'm so sorry for muting you. Thank you
It's
for
all
coming
good.
up.
And thank you very much. And to piggyback off of that, and in about 10 minutes or so, I am going to be wrapping this up. So if anybody wants to come in within the next 10 minutes or whatnot. But to piggyback off of what our sister said, I do definitely believe that we should be going back into the history books and looking up these inventions, because what she said was right. A lot of times black people came up with something, or we invented the concept of something, the blueprints of something, and then a white person said, "Oh, that's a good idea. I'll just say it was mine." And all of these inventions became billion-dollar and trillion-dollars inventions, and white people seek the benefit. White people are getting the benefit from inventions that they didn't come up with. City, country, you're gonna have to mute your mic. Yeah, you got to mute your mic. Hold on. Yeah. Um. So we definitely need to do that. I've been doing some research, and I'm starting to dig into the fact that the automobile wasn't invented by Henry Ford. It was actually invented by a black man. You know, the invention, the concept of the car that we use every day, that people get their livelihood off of, was invented by a black man. And I'm going to be doing some more research on that. But just small things like that, that white people get to come and colonize from us.
Hey,
Our
you know what?
history.
I want to, get together and talk to you about that right there, because that's been a big argument on Clubhouse about if a black person invented it or not. So you and I will be getting together and talking about the who
Oh, for
invented the
sure.
car. Yeah.
For sure, definitely. Um, but our history, like Soul Central said, is more than just entertainment and music, which is very important. Don't get me wrong at all. But it's a lot. Our history, we have a history when it comes to art. We have a history when it comes to science. We have a history when it comes to medicine. We have a history when it comes to language. We have a history in every aspect of the world. So we definitely need to go learn our history in that and start reclaiming that.
Henry
I
And
Ford.
definitely agree with
medicine.
that,
Don't
sister.
leave out medicine. Even with the Henrietta Lacks, when we were talking about earlier, how they did that and the family did not reap any of the benefits. Like, it's kind of like stuff like that. It's literally in every area, and I feel like it's bullshit.
Henry Ford
Yeah,
only invented the housing. All the mechanics came from a black man who built the first car in Cleveland, not Cleveland, uh, Springfield, Ohio. And as far as with the with when Martin Luther King
You
died,
skipping
the
you skipping the line, sister. You got
oh,
somebody else in
excuse
front.
me. I just wanted to. Okay, so when Martin Luther King was killed,
You
um,
skipping the line, sister. Raise your hand.
hold on. Thank you for that information. Thank you for that information, because that kind of does confirm a little bit of what I've been researching. I would like to talk to you about more of what you know about the automobile thing, but since we don't have that much time left, I want to get to some of the speakers who's been waiting.
I just
But
have three
I
words.
want you, yeah, just stay on, just stay on. I'll get to you. Trust me, I'll get to you. Um, FBA, Antonio.
I talk about Martin Luther King. Oh, okay, you still here? Okay. B1. I talk about Martin Luther King. You know, he passed a day before my birthday, which I wasn't born yet. April 4th, 1968. After Elite pointed that out, he was dead before the Immigration Act of 1965 even got passed 3 months later. And he put a lot of work in to get that passed. I really raised my hand to shout out brother Rich, you know what I'm saying? Cause man, you be tossing some game out here. I gotta give you that, bro. You know, I gotta give you your flowers right now, cause you be tossing game out there. FBA, you know, you're an exceptional people, and I ain't gotta talk for long, but I'm just saying he said it. And if I'm not mistaken, I've been in spaces before where I think the brother is Haitian, and he come from that lineage. You know what I'm saying? The first people to defeat the European powers in the western side of the world. You know what I'm saying? So he come from that. You know, and that right there is what gave us the Louisiana Purchase that doubled the size of the United States. So that's his people right there, and he paying homage because it's real. So you really like an ambassador to this whole movement, B1 right now, because B1 get remixed all the time. They try to call it Pan Africanism. They do whatever they can with it. It's black first. That's what it is. You black, black first, black first, FBA.
Have,
You know, that's where I'm at with it.
have
I'll
anybody
land with
considered just organic to the land? That would encompass all of that.
Yeah, well, let's
say that
yeah,
again.
we're gonna let FBA Antonio land, and then
I
we'll get to you.
I ain't hear what he said, but yeah, I don't know what the dude said, but so you know, I wanted to shout out Brother Rich for that. We talked about Martin Luther King real quick, and that's I'll leave it right there, bro. I'll leave it right there. B1, I'm up.
FBA Antonio, I want to also shout out to you because you're one of the only people who come in here, and there's other people that talk sense, but you could just be in here for 1 minute and you be right. You land right where you need to land. You don't cause confusion. You don't change the subject. So I definitely pay attention to you. Every time you come in here, you talk sense. We got other people, they come in here. As soon as they get in here, they don't raise their hand. They start just babbling and going on and on. You come in here and you add to the conversation. So I'm definitely always pay attention to you. I actually was gonna give you your flowers too, but I didn't have enough time. Definitely want to give you your flowers for adding to the conversation, every conversation that we have.
I appreciate that, brother. B1, bro.
Yeah. Thank you both of you. Thank both of you, really. Every time I have a space, you guys show up and you represent well. I greatly appreciate that. I will say though, I will be ending this space soon. So if anybody wants to come up right before we land, but right before we end, and ask a question or leave a comment, um, how is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? How is that so? You can do so before we land. But until then, and I'm gonna get better when it comes to regulating certain things. Sometimes I just be in the back channel. Sometimes I'll be in the DMs, and I can't really mute the button till I go all the way back. You know. Um. So that's why we have our wonderful co-host Nikki here, cause she be seeing stuff that I can't see. Brother Salim, you can go ahead.
Before he goes, Elmira, if you want to speak, you got to raise your hand, sister.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me that side?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Salim. I'm calling you guys from South Africa. And I just like to say that, look, I just stumbled upon the space and it was very, very educational. I learned so much. And I just to say that here in South Africa also, after like 30 years of democracy, I think like the problem is the global economic system. The masses of our people, the black people, I mean, they're still living in abject poverty. We have like large portions of the population who are still unhoused. So the thing like that you guys were always talking about, the global economic system, it's so anti non-white that it's like unbearable. We entering winter now, and I'm just thinking of like the hundreds of thousands of people living in tin shacks. How are they going to pull through the winter? We have like, because they have to use physical fire to create heat every winter. We have,
Salim, who's to blame
yeah.
for that? Who is to blame for that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the white system. It's so brutal. It doesn't care about anybody but themselves. Like it's unbearable. And I just, before I go, I just want to make a request. That if I'm just lying low on my profile on Twitter because of like issues on my side and stuff. But any brothers, sisters that side, you all got book recommendations or website recommendations, you just send it to me in the DMs, because it will be a great learning opportunity for me. Thank you very much.
You said you in Africa?
South Africa.
South Africa. Okay, I'm gonna DM you a picture of Neely Fuller Jr.'s book. You gotta have that book. You need it.
Thank you so much, and God bless everybody.
God bless you too. And one
Thank
last
you,
question.
brother.
One last question, Salim. Are you B?
Hmm.
Are you B1?
I'm not familiar with the American.
B1 in short, it just basically means black first. It means you put black people first before anything.
100%, sir. 100%.
Excellent. So you guys just heard it, ladies and gentlemen. We have B1 all the way in South Africa. Black first, brother.
Black first to
Um,
you. And trust me, you're gonna have a lot of people DMing you information now. You asked if you want to learn. Our brother Rich, I knew he was gonna give you that book. You definitely there's more books, but I feel like that's gotta be probably the first book, because that's gonna open the door to a lot of other things. And I appreciate you coming here and speaking, and be one to our South African family.
Okay, I wanted to help. I don't know if Elmira knows how to raise. Do you know how to raise your hand on here? You see where the heart is and the plus button is?
I just don't have that. I don't have that hand.
Okay, can we let her speak next then?
Um, yeah, yeah.
But Elmara, let me just show you real quick. You see the heart that's on the bottom? You see that heart, right?
Yes,
Okay, now click the heart, and all the way to the right, you're gonna see the hand.
I have the hands. I just don't
Now
have.
click it. Now click it. Click the hand. There you go. No, but you gotta click. You gotta hold it down so it could stay. And don't mute your mic when you do it. Good. See, now your hands is up. So whenever you come into space, you just put your hands up so you can speak. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to comment that uh, we were told that when Martin Luther King was murdered, and after all the rioting had occurred, they said that what the government issued was big cans of what's called spam today, and that's what they gave the black people to calm them down. And the black Muslims were against it because Farrakhan, he said that that's what they used to dumb the black people, and it would make them lazy and not want to do anything. And that's what the government gave the black people to calm them down, was big cans of spam, basically pork.
You know what? And you see that the government is scared now, because the government thought that they was always going to be able to throw us a bone, so to speak, or some butter biscuits, and that would satisfy us. And now you see this is the generation of no tangibles, no vote. And we say cut the check under any and all circumstances. They all like, well, what about Juneteenth? We all like, yeah, what about it? Cut the check. Well, what about Ketanji Brown Jackson? Yeah, what about her? Cut the check. What about Kamala Harris? Yeah, what about her? Cut the check. What about Black Lives Matter on the street? Yeah, what about it? Cut the check. Nothing that they're doing is satisfying us. They're like, damn, they're very consistent on this check thing. Uh, uh, do you want some Popeyes chicken sandwiches? Yeah, we'll buy that with our checks that you cut. So cut the check. Damn, like there's nothing that they can do to phase us. Nothing at all. And I appreciate you saying that, because I did hear that spam came after that. But now that I know, I heard spam came after he passed away. But I always wondered as to how that connect. I appreciate you letting me know that. You let me know something I didn't know. I want to get you what's your name? City Country.
Peace to the channel. How's everybody doing tonight? I just wanted to add, I don't know if everybody, what I'm saying, has just been paying attention to the stuff that's going on, but as far as like the question in the room, I'm more inclined to the black faces that are behind the projected white supremacy, like kind of on the Django kind of energy. It's white supremacy, but I think they're just a front. I think there are some darker, more swarthy, ruddy red entities that are behind what we see as the face of quote what's projected and what I'm saying, mass media propagated as white supremacy. Because when you get the real story, the enemies is really our own that's kind of undermining us, what I'm saying, from a certain faction. That's why I brought up the organic to the land narrative, because just if folks are black first, well, everybody's claiming black. Even Elon Musk now can kind of claim black in the colloquial contemporary sense. So when I said organic to the land, then that would include the B1 people that indeed are organic to the land for generations, not just the last 200 years, because per my personal genealogical research, I go back to like the 1650s with a great grandfather that fought in the Revolutionary War. And then doctors, his sons were doctors. So I just think that the whole narrative should just be kind of recalculated and re kind of looked at and analyzed, because I think that the real truth that's going to come out is really going to be stranger than a lot of this, what I would say, fiction that's talked about on these
Okay, let
spaces
me
on
let
the
me let me
internet.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Yes, sir.
question then. So you're saying it's not white supremacy. So what would you say the cause is?
Is the continuation of the mental amnesia, kind of the men in black effect, so we don't remember. See, there's a certain people that like brought in these extra allied opposition forces to keep the people from the organic to the land from knowing that exact fact that they're organic to the land. Like actually low key, that's the secret of the Masons.
But
Not to let
okay,
you know that
let
we're
me ask
organic
you
to
another
the land.
question.
Okay.
As far as us not knowing our history and as far as us being miseducated, um, that could be us. That could stems from white supremacy. As far as us not even knowing that we're organic or aboriginal to this land, we didn't know that because we were miseducated due to white supremacy. You know what
But
I'm saying?
what I would agree. But what I was saying, the people that put forth what we would call or know now as the white supremacy, there's some melanated faces kind of behind that kind of puppeteering and pulling the strings, and those would be the ones that kind of want us to continue in this same kind of spiral of insanity with voting for these people that have no intentions of doing anything good for us, like the black, what I'm saying, the black
Yeah. Okay.
talking caucus.
And
So
here's how you're right, but I think it might be a little bit misunderstood, because white supremacy is a ideology that means white superiority. There, just because you are not a Caucasian person does not mean you don't play for the team of white supremacy. So what you're talking about is sellouts and race traders who are aiding white supremacy, but the root of the problem is still white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Just because it might not all of the people who are on the chessboard, all of the players for that evil team are not white, that doesn't mean that the team doesn't move for a white power, white benefit. You know what I'm saying?
right, right, and that, like I said, that'd be the face, because like the low key, like the supremacy would be the ownership of the land. But if you check out the Bureau of Land Management, most of the organic to the land peoples and their surnames thereof are found in the Bureau of Land Management, which by thus. When Biden talks about that greatest transfer of wealth, they have to transfer the wealth back to the people of the land, just like they did Afghanistan and the Taliban. They have to vacate the premises once the organic people
Okay,
of the
okay,
land stand
okay,
up.
let me ask you this then. So who has control of the land? Who has control of all these resources?
We're in occupation right now. We're actually still at a perpetual war due to these false flag attacks. See, once we go back and do the
Oh,
research,
okay, yeah, but
yeah,
the question is, you just mentioned Biden can control like who
yeah,
Who
I
gets that
see
right?
how they vacated Afghanistan when they was over there occupying it for a little bit, and then just up and
Mm.
left all the weapons, all the tanks, all the bombs, all the missiles, all the
Okay,
trucks.
okay, yeah, okay. So as far as American resources, the resources of this land, who controls the resources of this land?
The commerce is, you know what I'm saying, the dominant society that's, you know what I'm saying, the face of, you know what I'm saying, the status quo. I mean, you have to
Exactly,
say that.
the dominant society, which is white supremacy. You know, so what you're saying isn't wrong. What you're saying isn't wrong. But what we get confused is the symptoms of white supremacy versus the cause, which is white supremacy. And sometimes we say the symptoms are the cause. The symptoms are not the cause. And I used this analogy before. If somebody has um uh a cold and then somebody has the flu, somebody has a cold, a cough, I mean not a cold, a cough, because they have the flu, you're not going to say a cough and the flu are symptoms. The cough and the flu are not symptoms. The flu is the cause of the cough. The flu is the illness that caused the cough. You know, sometimes we get caught up with, oh well, you're coughing because you have a cough. Okay, yes, you have a cough, but you have a cough because of the flu. Like I said earlier in the space, we have to go all the way back down to the very first domino. The first domino is white supremacy because they
What
control all of the
it
resources
would
in
have
the
to
land.
do, and what they control the most is the dissemination of the information. Because true and in fact and exact is George Washington was a melanated, ruddy red individual per the direct diary entries of folks that
And,
was around him in the time.
and yeah,
But
and I feel like we agree more than we disagree. But let's get to the hands real quick because we're wrapping things up. You know, I feel like you're given the details of the symptoms, which is important for us to know, but we have to understand we can't get lost in them. We have to understand that all of the symptoms stem from the illness, which is white supremacy, you know. So let's
and how we break white supremacy is they got to release our political prisoners, aka hashtag free Larry
exactly,
Hoover.
and white supremacy controls all of that. Exactly. Absolutely. Thank you. We're going to get to no, sister soul, you came up to say, to add something in the conversation. And then Patrick.
I don't remember the brother that was here that was asking for books. I just added that to the jumbotron. I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot. It's late, so I'm just gonna say good night for good.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all of your contributions. I really do. Brother Patrick.
Hi, hi everyone.
I'm good. How are you? Can you speak up a little bit?
Are
Brother
you okay,
Patrick.
Patrick? You okay, Patrick? Is your phone working?
Hi.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear
Okay,
you.
I think my connection is bad. So, good morning, good morning. It's morning here. Good morning, good evening. Uh, yeah,
Okay. Yeah. Good
yeah.
morning.
I just wanted to
Uh,
say I love the space and it's amazing. I was actually scrolling to the spaces side and I saw the space. I said and that I thought I should come in and see what's going on because it was amazing and I love.
Brother, are you in jail or are you at work?
he's just waking up. It's you know what, brother Patrick. I appreciate. Where are you from exactly?
I'm in Nigeria.
Okay. Okay. That's cool. That's great. Can I ask a question for you, Patrick,
Yeah.
brother? Are you B1?
Yes, I'm in B1, an artist.
Okay. Well, that's great. Continue with what you got to say.
Okay.
But can you please try to speak up a little bit so everybody can hear you?
Okay, okay. I don't know. Are you hearing me clear now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I think I was actually scrolling through the spaces, then I saw the space and I love the title and what he's doing. So I said I should go try joining. I actually just joined. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Our sister's she's laughing at something else in the back chat. Don't. Yeah, she's keep going.
Okay, okay. I thought maybe I'm not clear.
No, no.
Okay, so I joined to say thank you for this space, and I will be joining. I just found out about it now, and I'm gonna on the notification on to get the notified whenever it's on. I'm actually a black artist, just trying to promote Africa and our culture, and I'm also trying to learn more about our history and all of that, so that I can tell the world about us and change some narrative and perspective how blacks are being treated and all. That's what I'm trying to achieve through my art. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We
Um,
appreciate that.
and you're in the right spaces. You're in the right spaces, brother.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
and trust me, there's a lot you can.
I've been looking for such space because I've faced so many things in this space. Some spaces that I join to pitch my work and tell some story about Africa. Sometimes I don't always get accepted to speak,
Yeah,
and sometimes
trust me, trust me.
sometimes when I go to speak.
Okay, brother Patrick, you kind of are breaking up a little bit, and we're about to wrap things up in a few minutes too. Why don't you click my bio, and you can follow. You can subscribe to my YouTube because I go in many different subjects in depth too. You know, and me and you will we will talk and we will have conversations. Be one to our family in Nigeria. Okay, we've had multiple um brothers and sisters from the diaspora come up and speak on this subject. So thank you very much. It's a little difficult to hear you. You know, it's a little difficult, but I appreciate you coming up. I really do. I'm not gonna kick you off, but I'm just gonna allow all the rest of the people to get their final words in before we close the space. Let's go with Ramon. Then we'll go with Malari. Man, I'm bad with names. Malaria. Uh, and then we'll go with Rich and Nikki.
Um, I just want to say, Afro, keep doing what you're doing. I know you in real life. He really is genuinely about passionate. We have talks all the time, and I've been following you since day one of you starting a YouTube channel, and keep on improving, man. I've seen the improvement. I'm seeing you influencing people. You be on here for hours. We really can't talk on the phone like we used to, but I mean, it's for a good cause. So just keep it up.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, me and Ramon, we do know each other personally. We know each other for years before I was on YouTube. You know, sometimes he's like, "Damn, you on Twitter again? You on Twitter Spaces again?" And he knows when I'm hosting, it's pretty much going to be an all night thing. So, and I appreciate your support. I genuinely do, brother. We have a new speaker, Kenny. Oh, you can go after you go after malaria, malaria. I don't know why I'm saying. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. But yeah, yeah. What's El and Maria? Oh my God, why is my? You can say something. Okay, I don't know if you're still there. So we'll go to our brother Rich.
I think her name is Elmira. I don't know.
I'm getting better with names. I'm trying to at least.
Yeah. Damn, I almost lost my thought. Go ahead, skip me. I'll come back.
Okay, cool, cool. Let's go to our sister Nikki.
Um, I, I just let everybody else go. I'll say something when we're getting ready to close up. I let
Okay,
everyone else.
okay. I wanted to say Something, if you study psychology, bullies, most of the time bullies are people who were bullied before. The victim becomes the victimizer, and unfortunately we have too much of that going on in our society. I forget who made this point, but they were talking about how when people get picked on, when you're getting picked on, when you're a child, when you're somebody who's defenseless and you can't do anything about it, that builds up anger, hatred, and resentment to people around you. And then the second you have the power to do something about it, you leech out and you act on that. All of these stories that we hear of abusive parents to their children, what type of household do you think they grew up in? Do you think they grew up in a loving, balanced household with their mother and their father, who are stable and strong, who are a stable and strong couple, and they just became these monsters? No. Okay. All of that is a result of white supremacy. Like I said, one domino knocks down the next domino. When you're at a school and you're getting picked on by white students, my great grandmother used to tell me how white people used to spit on her all the time, spit on her, call her the nigger with the ER, throw things at her, and there was nothing that she could do at all. She would just have to try to run away every single time because it was a group of them. It's not like she could beat off the group. She was one of the oldest in her family, so she had to protect the younger siblings. They were getting caught that too. My people are from the well, my she was from the South. My people are originally from the South. And that was something that they used to have. And unfortunately, our family grew up with all of that toxic resentment that they had, the feeling of feeling helplessness and powerlessness. And then when they grew up, they went into forms of abuse. They would abuse other people because of the resentment and hatred that they grew from being mistreated as a child. They would get into unhealthy, toxic coping mechanisms as far as alcohol, gambling, and other addictions. And these things spread and these things become corrosive in our community. This is all stemming from white supremacy. White supremacy is the cause of all of these things. Brother Rich, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, what I wanted to say was, according to the other side, those two African brothers who came up here and spoke, according to their ideology, we were supposed to throw them in the trash. But these brothers are all the way in South Africa. And I asked the brother, "Are you B1?" Well, I asked the brother first, brother Salim, "Are you B1?" And he said yes. And then Afro asked Patrick, "Are you B1?" He said yes. But according to the other side, we were supposed to take those two gentlemen and throw them in the trash. And this is why over here we have rules, regulations, we have order, and we have discipline, and we have respect, and we're on code because we understand the power of being whatever you are or coming from wherever you from, but pushing the B1 line. And we understand the complexity of the difference between a black American and a non FBA. We understand our situation, but we still allow whoever wants to pick up that flag to pick up that flag. Whoever you are, whether you from Africa, whether you from the Caribbean, if you want to pick up that flag, it's right there. It's always going to be there. And that's all I wanted to say.
I appreciate that. And see, this is how we move the needle forward for Black society. We don't ostracize people who want to help. We don't ostracize our brothers and sisters just because they weren't born here. We ostracize people based off of our actions, based off their actions. I mean, okay? It is your actions that determine whether you're with us or against us. Okay? If you make the right decisions, if your actions show that you are you're true to this, if your actions show that you're black first, then you are very welcome in my spaces. You're very welcome here. Okay? If your actions show that you're against it, I don't care if you were raised in the same house I was. You're not welcome here. Okay? This gate is only open for people whose paperwork checks out. And everybody's paperwork gets ran through. Everybody's. Brother Low, you came in. We'll go with Low and then Elmira, and then Nikki, unless you want to say something, Rich, and then we'll end.
B1 family. To piggyback up what you were saying, Afro, um, that we've been going on 400 plus years of oppression and ridicule. And what happens is that yes, it makes us anxious, and we're still living in that. So, is white supremacy the cause of black issues? Yes, because it's still going on today, and the black male has a target, especially on his head. I'm gonna land my plane there. B1, everyone.
B1 to our brother Low. Elmira, do was there something that you wanted to add before we close?
I always enjoy your rooms. Thank you. No, I'm finished. Thank you, Night.
Okay, thank you. You have a good night. Uh, Sister Nikki, is there anything you wanted to add? Well, let's go with brother Rich. Is there someone
Oh,
uh
okay.
a final statement you want to make before we land?
Now, I just want to say, be one, push the line. Whoever you are, wherever you are, you're always welcome to push that line. Push it as far as you can, wherever you are. Whether you your credit score is 600 or 800, whether you African or you non FBA, whether you in the prison cell, no matter where you are in this world, as long as your heart is breathing, push that line.
Okay, we'll go right before we go because you came up before and didn't get a chance to speak. Man, I'm just all this B1 energy just lightens my heart up. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like being generous when I hear people say B1. Uh, Jala, you can go ahead and speak, and then we'll go Nikki, and then we'll close there. Jala, can you hear us? All right. Okay. Cool. Um. Well, thank you for coming anyway. Sister Nikki, you can go ahead, and then we'll close.
I just want to say thank you, everyone, for coming into this space. And I feel like this was a very nice build. It was orderly, and a lot of people had some very good information to share. And I would just like to do this again one day. Be one.
Thank you. Thank you. B1, definitely. Um, B1 to everybody in this space. This is definitely not going to be our last space. Definitely. I didn't even plan on making the space today, but wound up doing it. And then the turnout was great. It was fantastic. B1 to everybody. I feel like everybody in this room understood, and then we grew in certain ways. There are certain things that people said that made me look at it from an angle that I didn't previously look at it from. And that's the importance of having spaces with dialogue, having spaces with multiple different people from across the world. We have people from Nigeria, we have people from South Africa, um, we have brothers and sisters from Haiti. Whether they, I mean, we have people everywhere, and this goes to show that black firstness, the concept of black firstness, is global. Okay, we understand that white supremacy is global. We are under a global system of white supremacy, but the antithesis of white supremacy, which is black empowerment is global. And I feel like spaces like this shows that black empowerment is global. We have brothers calling from their homelands across the world. It's not even night where it's night where I am. It's the morning where they are. And they just wanted to come in and they wanted to say thank you and be one. That's what black empowerment is global, people. And with spaces like this, with people like this, we can change the world for the better. We understand the cause of the problem, the root of the problem, and now we're going to be taking forward steps to fixing that problem. Because what Neely Fuller said, um, you have to ask questions and get answers. All problems are fixed with questions and answers. We've asked the question, how is white supremacy the cause of all black issues? And we've been answering this question for several hours now. And when we leave this space, Tomorrow when we wake up, or today, because it's the morning time where other people are, we're going to be implementing the steps to going about fixing that. Unfortunately, we gotta go, family. Y'all stay tuned. Y'all follow me so we can have more spaces and more people can pop in. Y'all subscribe to my YouTube. The link is in the bio as well. To my brothers and sisters around the world, Black first to you all, and have a great night.